trip. I
Oh,
mean,
heck yeah.
how ecstatic would you be if that was suddenly put on the table and you know you're surprised with that? I mean, why was SpaceX working on that? Was that for commercial missions all intended, you know, from the get-go, and they didn't know if they'd have it ready or not? I don't know. I have so many questions about how that timeline played out. But yeah, Jared did not know. He said that in the presser yesterday.
I
Looks
like
like
to
they're
think that it just was interning, like an intern with their engineering project who was like, "Oh, I'll design a cupola for Dragon," and then they said, "Wait, we might actually use this."
yeah, you never know. I mean, that's actually pretty plausible. Looks like we got some final plugging in their suits into the. Oh no, they're unplugging. But we're in the suit up room still.
They may have been doing some leak checks or something along those lines.
They have the little blue like environmental boxes. Like seeing all of the SpaceX crew. It's always, you know, it adds another human element to the thing. It's not just these four. It's an entire organization devoted to safely getting them into orbit and back. Looks like they're lining up for a photo op now.
I was gonna say this has got photo op written all over it.
And sorry, Matt, I interrupted you. We're at 84K right now. We had broken through 80. You said the magic number, and we broke through it.
Yeah, just a couple minutes ago, we've already raised 4,000 more across all of the Inspiration4 live streams. SpaceX is included. This is a big group effort. Absolutely incredible rate at which this is going now. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this somehow got to 100,000 before the hour was up.
Yeah, that would be really superb. And thank you to everybody for doing your part.
We've got 3 hours until launch. That number is going to keep going up, and I challenge everyone to keep making that number go up faster and faster because that's what this mission's really all about.
Can I set it better myself?
We have a question here from Rob. Will it be possible to see the Dragon in orbit similar to how you can see the ISS going overhead?
Unfortunately, Dragon is not as big on its own, and especially because it's going to be in a slightly higher orbit, even. Highly unlikely you're going to be able to catch Dragon from the ground. Not impossible. Crazier things have happened. You would need near perfect lighting conditions and all that, but it's not impossible. I would not expect that to be a thing, though. Dragon is pretty small all on its own. You need something nice and big and reflective like the ISS to really be visible from orbit.
And we do have a question here that keeps popping up. Just to talk about Falcon real quick. I know we want to try to keep the focus today on an inspiration. But will Falcon retire once Starship is operational, or could they build a new Falcon using Raptors?
A new Falcon using Raptors. That would be interesting. I don't think that's going to happen. Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon and Falcon Heavy, all of those missions or all those vehicles are going to continue flying until customers no longer want them and want Starship instead, basically. So they will fly in parallel for a decent amount of time before Starship takes over all of SpaceX's launch operations. And that includes these crewed missions and private crewed missions. Obviously, it's worth mentioning that Inspiration4, while of course its main focus is as a fundraising effort and awareness effort, is also paving the way towards future private missions for different purposes, such as missions to settle Mars and things like that. Those are going to be mostly private missions. Obviously, government space agencies will be involved, but there will be a point where not everyone on the crew is a government astronaut. And SpaceX getting experience in that realm today is important for the Starship program as well. So there's a connection to be made there. Don't want to leave that out. Yeah.
All right, and we are just after suit up here. What happens to the spacesuits after the flight? Can they be reused?
So as we mentioned earlier, the spacesuits are pretty tightly measured to the astronauts that wear them. I'm not sure they can be reused for other people, although I suppose if you had a repeat flyer, that would be a little feasible, as long as they didn't grow or anything. Um, I don't know what happens to them. I don't
Wonder if
know
they get to
if
keep them. I
that's
mean,
what I was thinking,
if
but
it's
I
fitting
feel
for
like I've
you, I mean, it would make sense that you'd be able to keep it, but at the same time, I could see them just making alterations for another person down the line. I don't know. That's a
I feel like it's been said that the astronauts don't get to keep them for some reason. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I've heard that. Um, so I'm just going to answer with that. Unfortunately, I don't really know what happens to the
You
spacesuits
know
after the
what?
fact. Would love to know.
You know what, Thomas? I wonder if they can't keep them simply for something along the lines of an ITAR, because what if those were no longer somehow in their possession, or somebody was tempted to sell them, and then you have basically proprietary information. So maybe it's something as simple as an ITAR.
What is
That's
an
a really
ITAR?
good point. So when we refer to ITAR, that's referring to the laws and regulations here in the United States that control the export of certain technologies, including a lot of spaceflight related technologies. Basically, think of it this way: if you have the technology to build a rocket, you also have the technology to build a missile. So that stuff is protected by law, and that set of laws is called ITAR. Julia also pointed out the proprietary nature of the spacesuits as well. There are other commercial companies developing spacesuits and developing private spaceflight who could use that information, and that would be a commercial competitor. So, for those reasons, I think that's a very good point. That's probably why astronauts don't really get to keep their spacesuits, because that technology figured it
here
out.
they come.
And
They're
here we
coming.
go. This crew walking out after suit up are now walking towards back towards the Model X's, getting ready to make the final trip to the launch pad and the launch vehicle. Very exciting.
It's crazy that we have like a helicopter view of this right now.
The launch pad and the launch vehicle.
Are
Very
they
exciting.
posing for the camera? That's going to be a cool photo. It's crazy
Yeah,
that we have like
we
a
saw, I think, some of those
helicopter
kind of
view
photos during
this
the
right
dry
now.
dress rehearsal they did before that.
Are
Um,
they posing for the camera?
so this is
That's
them
gonna be a
walking
cool
out of the
photo.
engineering support
Yeah.
building at
We saw, I think,
39A,
some of those
and there's that
photos during
onboard
the
camera
dry dress
again,
rehearsal they did
getting a
Love
look
this.
at them on the way.
I love this view. It's
So this is
absolutely
them
amazing.
walking out of the engineering
I will say
support
this is
building
one of the
at
most
39A,
animated
and
crews
there's that
I have ever
onboard
seen
camera again,
walk out. And
getting a
the
look at
entire
them on
time,
the way.
through all the
I love
promotional
this view. It's
pictures,
absolutely
the videos that they would do, everything, they just seem so jazzed to be there. They're just so excited.
It's really
Who
cool.
can blame
It's-
them?
Yeah, it's quite in contrast to the sort of staid, very controlled, very professional astronauts that we're sort of used to in these positions. And
Yeah.
it's refreshing. And I mean, hey, I love watching astronauts go to space. Of course, don't get me wrong, but I think I'm learning today that I especially like watching normal people go to space.
Yeah. I mean, I understand why NASA astronauts would want to be very professional about it. It's like, yes, we have a mission. We're going to go perform a
Right.
mission. But there's also something very relatable about normal people going up and going, we're going to space! Woo!
Yeah, I
And
mean,
it was-
some of my favorite moments in spaceflight history are the times where the astronauts didn't act professional. Like when, what was it? Was it John Young that smuggled the corned beef sandwich? Someone
Yeah.
smuggled the corned beef sandwich into orbit. Like, you know, those little human things. That's the stuff that people relate to. At least that's what I relate to.
And I think, I mean, there's been a few astronauts who have some character to them. Thomas Pesquet comes to mind. They like to show some personality, which we appreciate, but they are there to do a job. It's a little bit different than a private space flight. I'll also make a slight connection here. We're seeing some different like camera views and stuff like that on this flight than we would have on the NASA missions. That's also probably related to the fact that this is a private space flight. They can kind of do whatever the crew feels comfortable doing and SpaceX feels comfortable doing, rather than keeping a certain level of privacy and professionalism to professional astronauts for NASA who are there to do a job. Basically, think of it this way: NASA astronauts are making a commute to their workplace. As weird as it is to describe a rocket launch as a commute, but there they go. This private crew now on their way. The final stretch to the pad. It'll take like 30 seconds because they're basically there. But making the final roll from their suit-up facility to Launch Complex 39A. You'll see them drive past the horizontal integration facility, the hangar, which presently also holds a bunch of Falcon Heavy hardware, as that will be the next mission to launch from 39A, the USSF-44 mission. But right now, that is the gate for 39A, the home of the launch of Inspiration4.
Are they on autopilot right now?
You know, great question. I'm going to guess no, but I wouldn't rule it out, I suppose.
Something about a driverless vehicle with gull wing doors or falcon wing or whatever they are. That's just the epitome of futury. I hope they're in auto mode, but I'm not sure. Look at that. Okay, so that thing we're looking at right there, that weird grid truss that's
Yeah.
now on the right side of the screen of this helicopter shot, that is where SpaceX is starting or has started to build a Starship pad at 39A. But that's sort of been on pause and in the same state for a long time now.
I was
But
going to say, Jack, don't get all their hopes raised up right away. Hello, wait, there hasn't
yeah,
been movement for a while.
it's not an angle we see a lot. So I just wanted to point that out really quick while we could see it. And here, look at that. The 3 vehicles arriving
Oh,
Wow.
on the pad. What an amazing sight.
wow.
SpaceX has this brilliant flair for showmanship that really shines through in these kinds of shots that they do.
Yeah, and it's like Thomas was saying, because this is like a civilian crew and NASA astronauts not involved, they can kind of show more and different things than they might otherwise be able to on a NASA mission. And I mean, the whole goal of this thing, we just hit 90K. The whole goal of this thing is to raise awareness for St. Jude's, and it's the Inspiration4 mission. Look at the license plates, St. Jude. Um, the Inspiration4 mission is designed to raise awareness. And how do you raise awareness? You provide these unique and interesting views. So it just makes sense that we're getting awesome shots. You know what? This makes me think. I hope we see an internal view from Dragon during launch. You know, like the classic, like
Yep.
stereotypical cartoony or like movie thing where like people's cheeks are like jiggling because they're in the high G in a high G state. Like I hope we get that shot during
I
launch.
hope we do too.
Like near the end of stage 2 burn. Like give me just an internal shot. SpaceX.
Oh, wait.
And
Look at that.
this.
Look at them look up, guys. Look at them looking up
Yes.
at their ride.
They seem absolutely blown away by the moment. I think that's Jared on the right, Chris in the middle, and Haley and Cyan on the left. This is a really amazing moment. Imagine
They
standing
have to
there.
bend back. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I imagine because their view is limited slightly by the helmet. Their their
Right.
field
Yep.
of view. Wow, and you can see the base of the entire what is that reaction frame or
Yeah,
launch?
like the transporter erector. Yep.
Yeah, wow. They're all going in for a
Oh,
hug. What an amazing moment.
There's going to be many times during this broadcast where I say that Inspiration4 is very inspiring.
oh my gosh, you guys.
Yeah, this is amazing.
I have all of the emotions right now.
I love that we get to watch John Krause take photos right now.
Yeah. This crew is something special. I think we're all very excited to see them go to space today.
Look at that.
Wow.
I wish I could hug each and every one of them.
And if you are just joining us today, or have joined us very recently and haven't heard the whole spiel yet, today is not just a celebration of commercial flights in space and rocketry in general. It is also a fundraiser for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Beyond just being an incredible international treatment center for people with pediatric cancers, they also have done an absolute ton to help research and develop new treatments for different cancers. And we have some stats here. Since they opened in 1962, they have helped raise directly through treatments that they've developed. They've helped raise the acute lymphoblastic leukemia, blood cancer, survival rate for 5-year-olds from 4% to 94% today. And
That's astounding.
for
That's
brain, yeah.
90% increase. Like numbers like that just don't exist.
The survival rate, 5-year cancer survival rate for brain tumors since 1962 has gone from 10% to 85%. For solid tumors, from 10% to 75%. And for bone cancer, from 20% to 70%. So the donations that you give today and what we're raising money for, helping out the Inspiration4 live stream, is not just going to go to directly treating kids who are having to undergo these terrible diseases. It's also helping prevent and treat and create research for better ways to raise those survival rates even higher.
And to help cover the costs for families and like give them somewhere to stay, give them something to eat. I mean, it's really amazing. And look, they're out of the elevator now. They're up on. Oh, they're almost at the walkway.
I know we've got a couple photographers there at the press site with really long lenses trying to catch a glimpse. I don't know how feasible that is from all the way out here, but Steven's trying.
They're gonna
Yep,
make
they're
a
gonna.
phone call now. Is that what they're
Yes.
doing?
So the
That's the
phone
phone.
up at the Julia, want to talk to us about that? I know you know the whole history.
Oh, so that phone that they are using right now is a shuttle era phone. If you were to have a look at it, it is push button, and the buttons are actually large enough so that if you were suited up, um, you wouldn't push other buttons as you were dialing a number. Now, the special thing about this is the crew access arm for Dragon is at a different level than it was for Shuttle, and this phone was taken during while they were working on the new tower. This phone was taken down, taken in for restoration, and it was indeed put back up where you see them using it right now so that they have a chance to make a phone call to a family or friend before they launch to space.
And wasn't the original plan like the phone wasn't going to be kept, but Elon was the one who interfered or something, or someone
Yes, that is correct.
that's
So,
yeah.
yep, when they first toured and were deciding what was going to go and what was going to stay as a part of the tower, um, Sam Patel was up there with Elon and a few other engineers, and some engineers were pointing, okay, this can go and that can go, and we can scrap that. And somebody apparently pointed to the phone, and Elon said, wait a minute, do you understand what that phone means and how important that phone was to people who possibly made their very last phone call here on Earth? And that is how it was saved. And um, I'm glad they have that ability to use that phone in particular.
Yep. All four of them up there. We just saw Jared and Chris arrive out of the elevator. Now they're all standing around the phone waiting to make their individual calls. Every now and then a launch photographer will get a shot of the phone, and it's an amazing piece of history. Is it just shuttle era, or does it also date back to Apollo or Gemini? Like, how old is that phone?
I've only been able to validate shuttle era.
Same.
Absolutely amazing. I wonder what model Bell telephone it is.
You know what? If we ask really nicely, I do believe that our colleague Nate Barker got a picture of that when he was out here for a launch. So we will ask Nathan to please post that picture for us.
Yeah, that must be the photo I was thinking of. Absolutely amazing shot.
I will get on that. I'll have him do that for us.
So it looks like they are waiting to head out onto the crew access arm, waiting for these phone calls and everything to be done. I'm just imagining all the photographers at the press site now, like clicking away, trying to get a shot of them standing up there.
Among the historic moments today, astronaut Haley is going to be the youngest American to go to space, I believe, at 29.
Yes, indeed, the youngest American to go to space, the youngest person in the world to second youngest person in the world to go to orbit after a Russian cosmonaut in the 60s. But yes, the youngest American to go to orbit. Yep.
And everybody here has very diverse backgrounds. They all are all civilians. But it's worth noting that Haley is actually a childhood cancer survivor herself, and she is a physician assistant at St. Jude.
It's really cool
Yes, indeed.
that she, was able to be helped by St. Jude and is now helping others. And here they go down.
And is now walking down the crew access arm.
Look at that view. And
Look at them go arm in arm. Look at that. Look.
I want to keep talking about what we're seeing, but we broke through 100K. We're at 103K, and waiting on everybody. Keep donating for the kids. Look at this. They're going to look out the window. Oh, man. Imagine looking at a Falcon 9 from up there. Camera guy, show us. Camera guy, show us. Nah, the story is them.
We are literally down here waving at them because who knows what they're seeing.
This is absolutely stunning. I'm so glad we're getting these unique views from this mission. Look at that.
I don't think I've ever seen astronauts stop on the access arm to
Nope.
look at their vehicle before.
Oh my
Oh
gosh,
my
Haley's so
gosh.
cute. Oh, Cyan, look at that. Ah. Yes, dance down that crew access arm. Ladies, do it. This
Shout
is
out to
like
the
so
Lox ball in the
Jack
background.
yeah.
Yeah,
What were you
right.
saying? Sorry. Look at that.
Who, Jack? Who are you referencing?
Julia,
there?
Julia was saying something, and I interrupted her to shout out to the Lox ball. Oh, they're gonna sign the wall.
Ah, look at that.
This is a tradition, right? Started by Bob and Doug. Is that am I
Yes.
correct there?
Yeah.
You are correct.
And I believe there's another tradition, right, that I'm waiting to see if they do again, where I believe one of the crew members will rip one of the patch numbers off of the Ninja to return it to them when they return safely to Earth.
Nice.
So very interested
Somebody-
to see if they're going to continue that. I
I
hope they
hope-
do.
Oh,
I hope somebody
check
takes
that
John's
out.
patch if he's there. And look, they're
Okay,
signing the
so they
X
signed the
instead of.
SpaceX logo,
Oh,
not the
gotta-
NASA logo. 'Cause
That's
they're
cool.
not NASA astronauts.
Prime
So they-
spot right there.
So the
Incredible.
private astronauts will sign the SpaceX logo.
That's
Love
super
it.
cool.
And yeah, I am also interested about the closeout crew patch thing because that is a NASA specific tradition. I wouldn't be surprised if SpaceX adopted it, but that's got some shuttle ties to it. It'll be interesting to see if the crew members rip their closeout crew members patch off the suit and return it after flight. Either way, this
Or-
is so cool.
Or you know what? If it's the NASA tradition to take the closeout crew member, maybe they take John's patch.
That
hope
would
so.
be so cool.
I hope so.
No pressure, John. I know you're not watching right
John
now. I know,
meaning-
John, I
John
know you're
meaning
busy right
John,
now.
Yes, John is a reference to John Krause, who is one of our very dear friends, and he is also the official mission photographer for Inspiration4. So
Yeah, he's
I
Ninja
think-
30.
What
We've been
do.
seeing him on screen occasionally as Ninja 30, which is just surreal to see. Good on him for absolutely crushing it. But that would be
Amazing way to take John to space with them.
I do hope that they continue the patch tradition one way or another, just because it's kind of like I'm taking this from you, but I'll give it back when I'm back from space. Like I don't know, it's just so cool. It's one of
And
my
here
favorite little
comes Jared and Chris down the arm to join Haley and Cyan.
things. Let's see if they stop and look out the window as well.
Or are they too cool for that? Cool astronauts don't look at their rocket or something? I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Cool astronauts do look at their rocket.
oh, they're looking the other way. They're looking out toward the south end of the Cape, actually, looking out at the
They're looking
arm back,
towards us.
back toward us.
Hi.
Wave, wave, hi. They each looked a different way. I kind of like that. Yeah.
Wonder if that was intentional or coincidence.
Wow. Interesting. I wonder, Jack. Yeah.
These people are about to be inside of a space capsule of a spaceship. They're about to
You
go
guys-
into
my
orbit.
That grin that Chris has is just I love it. It's kind of like the grin the Chris I have across from me has actually.
It's true.
And I'm not even getting on the spacecraft. Imagine how much I'd be screaming if I was.
Oh my
We
gosh.
could hear Chris scream all the way from the press site.
This is
People qu-
absolutely the excitement exhibited by all of these people is just absolutely infectious right now. Like I'm beaming. I think we all are. This is a really great
Yeah.
day.
I think so.
So-
I think Haley and Cyan are both inside now.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
And it would make sense that they don't sort of all walk out at once. It looks like it's really relatively confined space right there.
Well, and also when you get in situations like this with the when you're loading the vehicle, you can't actually load all four of them at the same time. You do kind of have to stagger it because they can't get the closeout team members in there.
Yeah, but I'd love to see them try.
Same.
It'd be funny. Leslie Sedgwick had a question. How many times has this rocket flown? Thanks to all you guys today for keeping us entertained and excited.
So the Resilience capsule has flown. So the Resilience capsule has flown twice. The booster
Right.
is on mission.
Mission number 3.
Mission number
This
3.
is
There you go.
booster 1062, previously supported 2 different GPS satellite missions. So this is this booster's first human-rated mission. So good for booster 1062.
And has this
Tom-
capsule and this
Thomas,
booster
correct-
met?
No, this is the first time the booster is being used for a crew flight. But Thomas, correct me if I'm wrong. This would be the first time that a booster flies its first crew flight, not being a brand new booster.
That is true. That is a very good point.
First.
The Crew 2 mission used a reused booster, but that booster had flown crew beforehand on its first flight. So yes, this is the first time a booster is making its human spaceflight debut not on its first flight. I think I phrased that properly. I think I got all the qualifiers in.
As a reminder, we are taking questions from the chat. At any time, you can use @NASA Spaceflight in chat and write your question, and we will happily put it in the queue to read it out.
$107,000 raised through combined all of the different streams that are going right now. Not just us, but everybody chipping in together. 107,000. That's absolutely amazing. Keep it up, everybody.
And as we cross that $107,000 mark, you can see Cyan there in the pilot seat, and Haley getting strapped into to the seat that will be right next to Jared. So Jared Isaacman will sit in between Haley and Cyan, and then Chris Zembrowski will sit to Cyan's right, the left-hand side of the screen, but her right. That will be the seating assignments for today. And of course, their designations are a little bit different. There are 3 normal designations that we're very used to on the flight. Jared Isaacman is the commander, Cyan Proctor is the pilot, and Chris Zembrowski is the mission specialist. But for the first, I believe for the very first time, we have a new designation, which is the chief medical officer for Haley Arsenault. So you can see the crew roles expanding here too. But Cyan will also be only the 4th woman to pilot, only the 5th woman to pilot a U.S. space mission behind Eileen Collins, Susan Kilran, Pamela Melroy, and Megan MacArthur. But she will be the first woman of color to pilot a space mission, period. So a very, very important milestone there as well. And you can see Chris has joined them in the capsule, and Jared is about to be the final one to enter Resilience. So with Jared boarding Resilience right now, all 4 crew members are in at 1720 EDT. So here we go. The march toward launch continues.
Do I see Jared with a patch in his hand?
I think that's what he just put up there.
Nice. I wonder who's
It does look like he's sticking it up on the instrument panel, which is how they normally. We'll see if Cyan does the same thing once she's closed out here.
I love the giant front label there on the hatch. It's like the little. It reminds me of on the. It reminds me on the shuttle carrier aircraft, the 747.
Yes.
There's like the little lettering on the shuttle attach point that's like this way up or something like that. What does it say?
Black side down is
Thank
what
you,
it
yeah.
says. Yes.
You gotta
It's
love
helpful.
dry spaceflight humor. Although in this case, it's probably functional. Go ahead, Chris.
Is there a story on
that
the
was
numbers of the crew suits?
There's numbers on
Are
them?
there numbers on the
I haven't
crew
noticed.
suits?
I think it may be the numbers that were on the assistant crew on the back of the ground.
Oh, the ninjas. Yeah, the ninjas are all numbered. Yes. As to whether or not there are significance to them, I don't honestly know if there are or aren't.
You see there's Cyan's getting like an iPad or something strapped to her leg so she can access those procedures and stuff like that. That's a common piloting thing that is used also by astronauts.
Yeah, I can't imagine like being a pilot and having a kneeboard that was just a clipboard with paper on it. Like now you can have a whole computer right there. It's got to be nice.
And remarkably enough, Dragon is the first U.S. space capsule that has those all digital manuals for the crews to reference during launch. You were talking there, Thomas, about like imagine having paper clipped to your leg, but that's exactly what the flight engineers on all the shuttle missions had. The flight engineers sat right behind the commander and the pilot and would follow along on sent cue cards and have to flip things over to help the pilot and commander know what was coming next. And those were all physical things that you had to turn. And now it's all touchscreen with glove-enabled touchscreen. It's it's I love it. It's progress, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's a common thing to photograph on aircraft. It's like if you're photographing jets flying around and you get a shot of the kneeboard, it's like, oh man, you got kneeboard. Like they were really banking, and you managed to see they're basically the fighter pilot's lap. And it's yeah, like you said, typically a clipboard with papers, but now we can do things digitally, and it's way better. I think they do that in commercial airliners too, not a kneeboard necessarily, but instead of having paper manuals, they have digital manuals now in the form of iPads or tablets, and that's just got to be so much nicer. I love that these appear to have like a cushion type thing, like a little elevated thing, so it's not right on your leg. It's just, even in space, we need little comforts.
Well, and the comfort element of that too. I also wonder if it's a practical design too. If they can't lean forward enough in those spacesuits, since they're all one piece, if the iPad needs to be elevated a little bit more to improve their line of sight when they look down. I'm spitballing
right.
there. It
No,
could
no,
totally be what you said for comfort, but I don't know. Like it's all those weird little things that go into the design are fascinating. All that little minutia.
Oh, I bet you're right. I bet you're absolutely right.
Mike pointed out, by the way, that Ninja number 7 had their patch pulled by the commander.
There we go. There we go. They're continuing the tradition. Love it.
That is excellent. Not to self-plug or anything, but there is an article that I wrote after the Demo 2 mission all about this tradition. If you search up, like, Bob and Doug NASA Spaceflight, I forget what the headline was, but there is a story on NASA Spaceflight all about where this tradition came from. And I'm glad to see them continuing it, because that's a very strong shuttle connection and tradition that should be carried on through the spaceflight. That's awesome.
Because one of the things that we consider here, right, is that the closeout crew, the ninjas, right, these are the last human beings these people see before they leave the planet. They're the last human beings they see before they come back. So there is a really interesting and special connection that crews have with the closeout, that the flight crews have with their ground closeout crews and everything.
Yeah, and it's not like this is the first day that they're seeing them, right? They have interacted with this crew on the rehearsals. I'm sure a bond becomes formed in these situations.
So if the commander pulls Ninja 7's patch, it's not just because he's a fan of Kimi Räikkönen. It's because he wants to give it back to him when he gets back, right?
Yep.
Yeah, to give a synopsis of the shuttle tradition, the final closeout crew members that would travel with the astronauts to the spacecraft were also astronauts, and so the idea was, and normally astronauts who had not yet flown, you would serve as a closeout crew member first prior to flying your first shuttle mission, and so the commander of the shuttle flight and the pilot of the shuttle flight would take those patches and give them back, and basically when they came back to Earth and handed those patches back, that closeout crew member could then go to space on their own. Was kind of the idea. And there's some special connections to the Columbia mission, STS-107, and how that tradition has continued forth into the SpaceX program. So, yes, very, very cool.
It's about this time that they're thinking it was the wrong moment to have that second bottle of water.
Yeah, 2.5 hours to launch. You got to hold it now.
Oh, it has been a little bit. We'll go ahead and go do this one. So everyone asks, do we want to introduce yourselves again for the late arrivals? We can voices that you're hearing again. We've got Chris Gebhardt.
Yes, you do. Hello, everyone. At 2 hours, 35 minutes. It's, the excitement is building. The adrenaline is starting to pump. Like, yeah, can't wait. It's getting there.
We also have Thomas Burghardt with us.
How's it going, everybody? Live from the Kennedy Space Center for Inspiration4, 2.5 hours away.
Julia Bergeron is also live from Kennedy.
This is Julia. Welcome to everybody who's joining us after work, or if it is morning where you are. I'm happy to be here watching along.
Yep, fist bumps all around.
Jack
Look
Meyer,
at
how are you?
that.
Hey, can our crew do a fist bump all around? Come here, Thomas.
Yeah, mirror what they're doing on screen and give all yourselves fist bumps. I'm Jack. Hey, this is the person that's talking now, Jack Byer, in the studio, not at Kennedy. Excited to see people launch into space.
Jack,
And
we can only mirror so much. We're going to space today. We can't really do that impromptu here.
I'm just punching my microphone and hoping that that works. I don't know if that's
That counts.
getting it across. And I'm Matt Anderson. I'm one of your hosts here today.
And we haven't talked a lot about this, Thomas, but I'm really interested in your take, and Jack as well, and Julia, because when this mission was first announced earlier this year, they said September 15th is the launch date. And here we are in mid-September at the launch date. It held, and that's kind of unheard of in the spaceflight business and spaceflight community.
There is a little bit, and we like to say, like, never plan your travel around rocket launches because that's just asking for trouble. And it still is, to be fair. But there's a little bit more certainty around these crew launches. They put some margin in there. A lot of it has to do with making sure the crew is trained adequately. There's extra factors as far as the life support systems and rendezvous in the case of missions going to station and stuff like that. Those factors tend to end up with a more solid launch date. Now, obviously, if you get the launch date and the weather's bad, it's going to delay. But that's different than what you're saying is like it didn't slip a month from now because they weren't ready yet or anything like that. So that is worth pointing out that, yes, this schedule did hold just like some of the commercial crew missions have. These kind of missions do just have a little bit more schedule certainty than some like satellite missions and stuff like that. But again, very impressive, especially given, we talked about the cupola module, that came, concept to hardware in such a short amount of time. That's commendable, and that's directly connected to the fact that this launch date is held, and they were ready to support a private crew literally within a year.
Yeah, and talking about that cupola, that big window that they replaced the docking port with, that we're going to get great views of watching the crew being able to see Earth. What Thomas was referencing there with how quickly they were able to do that, they actually said yesterday that the cupola began development in the idea stage back in December of 2020, and they brought it through design, certification, and ready for flight in like 10 months, and that's absolutely incredible. But also, too, it's worth noting, Dragon Resilience landed in late April, early May of this year out in the Gulf, bringing the Crew 1 astronauts home, and is back on the launch pad for this one. So we're already seeing, Resilience got turned around quicker than Endeavour got turned around the first time. So we're also starting to see them get more comfortable and get quicker with turning the Dragon capsules around as well, which they're going to need to do if they plan to fly 6 times a year.
Oh, John Innsbrucker's on the SpaceX stream. Awesome.
Then a launch day it is.
And I'm not ashamed to toot our own horn here from DG Sindler. I can't speak. Sindler. Thank you. Thank you for all the quality streams at NASA Spaceflight. Good job, guys.
We're doing our best. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. We are tuning into coverage of Inspiration4, the first all-private crewed human spaceflight to orbit, launching on a SpaceX Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon spacecraft from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Jared Isaacman, Haley Arsenault, Chris Zembrowski, and Dr. Cyan Proctor are your crew, 4 private citizens making a approximately 3-day trip to orbit and back. And we're about 2.5 hours away from this launch attempt. They have just finished ingressing to the Crew Dragon capsule. They're finalizing their closeout crew procedures. They're going to go ahead and get the hatch closed and keep moving towards the launch. And everything continuing on track for a launch at 8:02 p.m. Eastern Time. That's just 2 minutes after midnight UTC. And you're watching live coverage from NASA Spaceflight of the launch.
A very special thank you to everybody who is watching today, wherever you are. I do really appreciate you being here today, and we all thank you for helping raising money for St. Jude. We are at $113,000 raised so far with 2.5 hours left until the launch. Just a fantastic pace.
And let's talk a little bit, because one thing that I know probably a lot of people have, and we don't really get this question a lot, is, well, where are they going? right? Like, where is this particular mission going? And here's a little interesting thing. So it's coincidentally, if they launch at 8:02 p.m., the ISS comes overhead at 8:11, 9 minutes after liftoff. Total coincidence, because they're not going to the space station. They just happen to be aligning here. But the International Space Station is currently in a roughly 415-kilometer circular orbit above the Earth. They are going to 575-kilometer circular orbit in a 51.6-degree inclination. So they're going to be in the same inclination as the ISS, but they're not going there. And to put it into context, the Hubble Space Telescope's current orbit is approximately 535 by 539 kilometers. So they are going about 50-ish, 60-ish kilometers. Sorry, about 25, 30-ish kilometers above where.
Hear you loud and clear, sir.
We're getting a comms check?
Comms check, yep. So we're going to listen to those, yep.
And copy that, Jared. Let me know when you all are ready for comm checks.
Oh, the Quindar tones.
I know, brings back happy memories.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for our comm checks.
Here we go. Let's listen in.
Copy that. Stand by for umbilical comm check.
If you guys don't know, that beep boop sound is called the Quindar tones. It's used to signal start and end of transmission. Right, Chris?
Indeed.
Commander, pilot, MS1, MS2, comm check.
And Brooke has you loud and clear. How many?
Loud and clear as well.
Leo has you loud and clear. How me?
I have you loud and clear, Leo.
Nova has you loud and clear. How me?
Loud and clear, Nova.
Hanks has you loud and clear. Sarah, how me?
And Hanks, I have you loud and clear as well. Umbilical comm checks complete. Stand by for ground station comm checks.
They all have cool call signs. Is Haley Nova? That's a really cool call sign.
Yes. Yeah, she's Nova. Chris Sembrowski is Hanks. Cyan is Leo, and Jared is Rook. Right. Yes. Yes.
All right, let's listen for that next comm check here.
Also, John's call name is Snap.
I love it.
Where's Crackle and Pop?
Indeed.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
And Dragon has you loud and clear. How many?
Core loud and clear. Ground station comm check complete. Stand by for Tetris comm check.
So you can
Teacher
see
stand.
no, see, they have done.
$115,000 raised so far across all the streams. Way to go, everybody. Let's keep listening for that next comm check with Tidris.
Yep.
116 just ticked over. Wow.
And real quick, TDRA stands for Tracking and Data Satellite Relay Network. It's the NASA communication relay
Dragon,
network in
SpaceX,
orbit.
comm check.
And Dragon has you loud and clear. How many?
Core loud and clear. Tetris comm check complete. Stand by for comm checks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear. MD, how many?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear. MD, how many?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear. LD, how many?
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, LD. Tell me.
LD, loud and clear.
Okay, so they have just gone through a whole series of comm checks. First through the umbilicals on
Dragon,
the launch
SpaceX.
pad going into
Launch
Dragon.
configuration comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
And copy that, SpaceX. Step into section 2.
They then went through some comm checks using a ground station, and then through the TDRS satellite network, which is a NASA network that Chris was talking about. And then they went through comm check with both.
SpaceX, Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
Copy that, Dragon. We will report when initiating.
And then they went through comm checks with both the mission director and the launch director. And now they're getting ready for seat rotation. Those seats will rotate into the launch position. That just helps the astronauts cope with the G-forces of launch a little bit better now that they've ingressed and are all hooked in and ready to go. We're coming up on 2 hours 24 minutes, until launch, and everything proceeding nominal.
So some of the next big events that we'll be expecting here as we continue through our countdown, after those seats are rotated into the liftoff and launch positions, we will see the ninjas and the closeout crew begin the process of sealing and closing the hatch for launch and for the mission. That usually involves greasing the seals of the hatch to help form the actual airtight seal that's needed to keep the Dragon capsule resilience pressurized during its mission. Of note, we know from a previous crew flight of Dragon with NASA astronauts and ESA JAXA astronauts on board that if the hatch closing procedure doesn't take the first time, if the leak check isn't exactly correct or what it should be, they do have some contingency time in the schedule to go ahead and open that hatch back up and attempt to reclose it and get the seal again. In fact, I believe it was the Dragon Resilience that we saw this on last time, where they had a little bit of a hatch issue, but they were able to get it closed and they launched right on time on the window. So there's some room. Once we get the hatch closed, they'll do the pressurization checks of Dragon, make sure it's all buttoned up and ready to go for flight. The next major thing that would then happen is the go for fueling pull at the T-minus.
They're all in the capsule.
Dragon, SpaceX, initiating seat rotation.
And we can watch that happen now. So then the next major thing after that we would expect is at T-minus 45 minutes, we'll have the go for fueling pull from the launch director. Shortly thereafter, the crew access arm will be pulled back to its terminal countdown position, which is about 90 degrees pulled back from the Dragon capsule itself. The abort system will then be armed at roughly the T-minus 38-minute mark at the minimum. And then we will have the start of propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. At that point, it is a standard Falcon 9 countdown. The fueling process will proceed exactly as it does, whether there is a crew or a satellite or a cargo vehicle on top of it. And all of that is timed very, very tightly so that the fueling process wraps up 2 minutes prior to liftoff. Then we will see the final purge of the transporter erector lines, getting everything inert. That'll be followed at T-minus 3 seconds by the command to light the first stage engines. And then at T0, if all the engines are functioning, we will have release and liftoff. And there's a lot more that will happen in the business end of that countdown that we will go over when we get there, but that's sort of the general overview of what we have as we head toward liftoff at 8:02 and some seconds. It's not exactly right at 8:02, but it's at 8:02 and 56 or 55, something like 8:02:56 is the liftoff time.
And you can see on your screen there, the seats have rotated to the launch position. We're getting a good view to the boots of the SpaceX spacesuit now, and those astronauts now in their position for launch.
SpaceX for awareness, our closeout lead is going to be climbing in to look at something on the cargo pallet, just for awareness.
And basically what that means is one of the closeout crew members is going to be coming back into the capsule to look at something before they close the hatch and seal that up. That's all they meant by that.
Can we get a shout out for the woman we were hearing on comms and her mission title?
The the person. She's the Capcom, the capsule communicator. So she is a SpaceX employee located in Hawthorne, California, and she is their Capcom or capsule communicator. Oh, go ahead.
SpaceX has a different. Effectively, the Capcom, but SpaceX calls it something different. They call it the core, and the
core.
It's crew operations something engineer. I forget what R is.
You're right. It's core for them. But yes, she's basically the person that communicates everything from the mission control team up to the crew. So there's a consistent single voice talking to the crew. You are right, Thomas. It's called core on this. But basically, in the olden days, it was the Capcom, the capsule communicator position. Yeah.
And I believe the control, like the ground to orbit controller at Houston that talks to stations and stuff like that, is still called Capcom. I think it's just SpaceX specific has the new name change, but yeah.
I think you're right. See, another thing that was constant for 60 years, but that has changed. Yeah.
$121 just ticked over.
Fantastic.
Way to go, everybody. Please keep continuing to donate. Let's keep pushing that number ever higher, along with all of the other streams. That number will just keep ticking higher and higher. Let's see how high we can get it by launch.
Absolutely. And really quick to wrap up that thought on core, Stephen Marr tells me that it's the Crew Operations Responsible Engineer. So that is your full acronym for core. Welcome to Spaceflight, where we have too many acronyms. But that's the official title for the woman's voice you were hearing at Mission Control in Hawthorne.
Resource engineer, I think, not responsible.
Resource engineer, but it's either responsible or resource engineer. Google it and you'll find the answer. I apologize.
And I will apologize for the pronunciation of the name here. Remy Henscott. Question: with private civilian flight like this one, could SpaceX configure Crew Dragon with full 7 seats configuration?
Not really from what we know anymore. Is it possible? I mean, they probably could do it, but we've kind of heard Elon and SpaceX say that 4 is going to be what it is for them. The 7, as it is understood right now, is like is basically because it's an ISS craft, and there are 7 people that live and work on the ISS all the time. There are moments when all 7 crew members are in the U.S. segment of the International Space Station, so it's kind of like oh my gosh, if all 7 of them are in the U.S. segment and something happens and they just need to dive into a spacecraft to come home, Dragon could kind of do it. And Starliner, but it's not ideal. But in terms of like the maximum number they'll fly for is the answer.
All right, another question from Robin, who asks, what happened to Inspiration 1, 2, and 3?
Well, there are 4 crew members on board, which is where the 4 comes from. It's a great question. This mission does not follow a naming or numbering scheme that indicates that it is the 4th one in the Inspiration Flight series. The 4 is just a reference to the 4 people and the 4 pillars of inspiration that they each represent.
SpaceX not having a set naming scheme? That's unheard of.
Right. And Thomas, the pillars are leadership, generosity, hope, and
prosperity.
Prosperity. Thank you. Yes.
Question here from Robert Van Rees, who asks, what drone ship is going to be catching the first stage of this ship?
That would be Just Read the Instructions, which is stationed to the northeast of the Kennedy Space Center for this flight. Shortfall of Gravitas is chilling back here in port after the, what was the CRS mission. Thank you. Shortfall of Gravitas back in port, so Just Read the Instructions gets the job for Inspiration 4.
And here's one for probably Chris. How's the weather still looking?
The weather's looking amazing. It looks even better than when we started the stream. When we started, it was 80% chance of favorable weather, and now it is 90% chance of favorable weather. And also, since it's a crew flight, this question will come up. The 90% is the probability here at Kennedy only for the liftoff weather, but the abort weather up the eastern seaboard of the United States and across the Atlantic to just off the western coast of Ireland is also looking very favorable for liftoff today. In fact, the last I had heard, there were no technical or weather issues being worked for the liftoff.
And that is part of a benefit of this private mission, which doesn't rendezvous with the International Space Station. They actually have a nice long window, and they could choose that time of the window basically however they wanted to, which gave them an opportunity to pick a time where they were predicting the weather would be favorable, amongst other things. I'm gonna just go out on a limb and say it's also not a coincidence that it's launching in prime time, 8 o'clock. Like, come on, they also getting some attention from this, which isn't a bad thing, but they can do that because they don't have to rendezvous with the International Space Station. But yeah, and also should also point out, should a technical item or weather come up, they have just over a 5-hour launch window that they can push into, because again, not an instantaneous rendezvous opportunity.
Let's see, Joseph Sullivan points out that Core is named Sarah, also head of training program for the Inspiration crew.
We're at 124,000 raised. That number just keeps shooting up, and it makes me so happy every time I glance over and take a look. And it's, again, all for St. Jude. YouTube is not taking a cut of this. It's all going to St. Jude. None of that's going to us. None of that's going to YouTube. It's all going to childhood cancer research and to help kids and families who have been dealt just absolutely terrible, terrible hands. And cancer is the literal worst thing. And 124,000 raised is absolutely amazing. Let's keep pumping that number up.
I know that we don't generally do this, but I think we do need to, since it is the Inspiration4 flight, say hello to a lad in England named Jensen, who is 5 years old and very excited about space. Stay excited, please. Help these guys get there. Ashton Noblock asks, how do they use the bathroom?
In order to reduce health and performance.
For good suits.
Copy that, Dragon. We see the same. The closeout team will perform final closeout steps and then exit the capsule. Please report when ready to close the hatch.
And funds disruptive.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're ready for side hatch closure when you are.
Copy that, Dragon.
So a good thing there. And I believe the question was, how do they use the bathroom in space?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So there is a toilet facility on the Dragon. It kind of pops out of the wall. To be honest, there isn't like an enclosed bathroom in there. There is like a privacy screen and things like that. But there's a toilet, and it's a little bit complicated. It's not like it works here on Earth with gravity. There's suction involved to make sure things go where they're supposed to. But that's how they use the bathroom in space.
Isn't it like on the ceiling, kind of? Like when there's gravity,
yeah,
obviously.
It's kind of on the ceiling, and the seats face it.
So the cupola is also on the ceiling, right? What I'm getting at is, do you have a really good view when you go to the bathroom? Is that how that's going to work?
I love where your mind went with that, Jeff, but no, it's not quite close enough for that.
Okay. The answer, actually, to your question, Matt, how do they go to the bathroom? The answer is carefully.
I will accept it. I'll take it. Princess Jules has another question here that Jack may be able to help with. How do drone ships get their name, and what does it take to become a photographer for NASA spaceflight?
Well, the drone ships get their names from a science fiction book series called the Culture series, right? It's called the Culture series?
Yep.
And in that, the spaceships sort of have their own wacky names from each of their own crews, and so the drone ships are named after the different spaceships from the Culture series. As for becoming a photographer with NASA spaceflight, take a bunch of good photos and reach out to Chris B. That's all I did. But yeah, just follow your passion. I don't have any other advice than that. I mean, that's all of us. We're doing this because it's something that we care about. So If you care about it, just start doing it. And eventually, whether or not it's with NASA spaceflight or not, you'll find your way to a place that you like. I mean, I feel like you hear that a lot from creative individuals who get asked, how do you start, how do I make movies, or how do I start making music? It's like, just start. If it's something you care about, just start. And that seems like kind of a cop-out answer, but honestly, it's the truth.
I took a picture of a butterfly once, and it came out okay. So
Nice.
I'm halfway there. This one might be good for Thomas. NASA spaceflight, how tall is the Falcon 9 with the Dragon crew?
Oh gosh, put me on the spot. I don't think I know that.
Chris?
The Falcon 9 is roughly 70 meters tall total. So it is basically the same height as the booster, just the booster of Starship is the entire height of the Falcon 9, fully stacked like this.
Christy knows more about this than I do, as demonstrated. There you go.
Here's another good one from Jonathan Imber, who just asked, at what point during launch does the rocket completely detach from its support tower?
T0. There are 4 hold-down systems, four hold-down clamps, hydraulic hold-down clamps that hold the vehicle to the transporter erector. And then there are quick disconnects down at the base to load the liquid kerosene and the liquid oxygen, and there are lines that connect to the second stage to do the same thing. Those lines all pull away at everything disconnects at T0 when the rocket starts to lift. Yeah. Oh, and one thing that's cool, one thing that's cool, so as they start to lift off, if you watch very closely, so 38 minutes at minimum before liftoff, the crew access arm will pull back to about a 90-degree pullback position, which is just so if they need to put it back, if there's an abort or a scrub on the pad, they can put it back quickly. But at T0, at liftoff, the arm actually starts to move back out of the way even more to help protect itself from the acoustics as the vehicle takes off. So that's also something to look for. That's a visual movement at the pad at liftoff. Oh, and also, we should say, in case this is anyone's first time watching a Falcon 9 launch, the transporter erector, the big white structure that the vehicle is fueled with and supports it while it's rolling out and at the launch pad, it will do a rather dramatic throwback at T0 when the rocket starts to lift off. It will basically throw itself back from 88 degrees to 45 degrees to, again, get itself out of the way of the rocket and allow it to be turned around very quickly between flights. But if this happens to be your first Falcon 9 launch, don't panic when you see a big structure at T0 start to fall backward from the vehicle. That is totally normal for a Falcon 9.
That's why they call it a Falcon, actually, is it makes the same sound that a Falcon does. It just goes...
Yes, exactly. It's the vehicle that made the Kessel run in whatever,
7 parsecs or something?
Which is not a unit of time, yes.
Yeah, which is a unit of distance, by the way, so none of that makes sense.
It's the same thing with leagues. That's a unit of distance, not depth. So it's 20,000 leagues of distance under the sea, not 20,000 leagues down. Anyways.
Yeah. Nice.
So,
yeah.
We know that the goal is to keep space on the outside of the capsule, but Rich Wooten asks, how much space is on the inside of the Crew Dragon?
Here's how I can answer that. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. Soyuz is the least roomy, Dragon is the middle, and Starliner has the most right now. I don't remember the specific numbers off the top of my head. I believe it's something like 7, 9, and 11 or something like that. Cubic meters inside of it, but I don't remember them. I just know that Dragon is in the middle of all 3 of the current crew vehicles that the station program has. I don't actually know how it compares to the Shenzhou, though, from China, which might be coming back tomorrow, actually, from its crew flight. But I know Dragon is in the middle of the 3 of them.
We saw them rotate the chairs into launch position. Are they able to sort of rotate the chairs into a stowed position to have more room once they're on orbit, or is there any kind of consideration like that?
I believe they rotate back to the ingress position, and that's basically the stowed position out of the way. And that's where they go once they're in microgravity. I believe that's what happens. I know they definitely move. I don't know if it's the exact launch position, the ingress position, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, because even when they're in their stowed position, Thomas, we see them sitting in them sometimes for the crew events and the like welcome aboard Dragon events that they've done before.
Chad is freaking out that I got parsecs wrong. It was 12 parsecs, not 7. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm sorry.
Here's a good question from It's Ultima, who asks, in the event of a flight aborts, would they eventually try another launch once verifying the safety of the crew, or would they completely scrub Inspiration4 altogether? I know with commercial launches, or the sort of normal launches where you've got cargo, you want to try to redo it, but what about this?
I highly doubt they wouldn't try again, but that's highly speculative. Obviously, it would depend on what the circumstances of the abort were and all of those things. But I think right now we'll focus on this launch attempt. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I think.
Also, a little callback here to an earlier conversation. Jay Johnson says the first restaurant on Mars clearly should be Flip and Burn hamburger stand.
Yes.
There you go. That's what we were looking for.
How did we
the
not
winner.
think of that? How did we not think of that?
You found the joke.
Way to yes and.
Here's another good one as well. Deadfoot asks, if the fully stacked Falcon equals just a Starship booster, does that mean a fully stacked Starship would be taller than the tower, including the white pole we see right now? I think that's why they have a full new tower built in Boca Chica, right?
It would be close. I believe the launch tower in Boca Chica is taller than the launch tower that you're looking at F-39A, which therefore... And so, yeah, I'm pretty sure that a full Starship stack would be taller than the lightning rod on 39A. Yes.
Again, just a reminder that today's broadcast is raising money for St. Jude. The entire Inspiration4 mission is raising money for St. Jude. We're at 130,000 raised so far with 2 hours and 3 minutes to go. If you would like to contribute, you can do so with a little donate button down below the chat box on YouTube right there. Every dollar that you donate through that box will go straight to St. Jude. St. Jude is a children's cancer research hospital. They provide treatment for families internationally. If anybody happens to be stuck in a position where their child needs treatment and then they can't afford it, they pay for the flight out there. They pay to do the treatment. They give housing. They do the entire thing. Additionally, they have also been at the forefront of many different leading therapies for different cancers that have raised survival rates over 90% in some cases. I think like 60 to 80% for a lot of childhood cancers. Incredible place that they do.
It's absolutely amazing work, and I'm super glad that the entire spaceflight community and all of us nerds can all pitch in and contribute, and we have sort of a celebratory thing with which to rally around, which is this first civilian flight, and it's a really cool moment, and you can do your part. However much money you're able to donate, please. There's literally no better cause.
And to mention just again, on the far right there, astronaut Haley is herself a childhood cancer survivor and a physician's assistant at the St. Jude Research Hospital.
Was she treated as a child at St. Jude's, or?
I believe so. I don't have confirmation on that. I could be wrong, though.
That was my understanding, but yeah, I was not positive. We're getting a cool animation of the Dragon capsule and trunk right now on the left-hand side, pointing out all the different features of the vehicle. You can see the cupola that we've been talking about is actually under the nose cone, and that nose cone sort of hinges open when they're on orbit. It's like you're saying, Matt, you don't want that to happen while you're in flight.
Yeah. And for people asking about alternate donation methods, there's nothing stopping you from going straight to the St. Jude website and choosing one of the many different support options that they have there. That there's PayPal options and whatever else you might need there. It may not count towards the YouTube total, but it's definitely going to count to a kid. Here's a question from Little Mojo asking, will the launch be at exactly 8:02, or is that just when the window opens? So I think it's a larger window, right?
Multiple
currently. Yeah.
there's multiple opportunities in the for launch tonight, right? I'm trying to scramble here for information. Thomas, Chris G.
Stand by. We're working a camera issue really quick. Let me
worries.
know if you have our feed again.
Okay, there's 4 launch opportunities tonight. I don't think we have to the second time, but 8:02 and some change, I think, is the answer there.
People mentioning the Netflix documentary. Yeah, there is a little series on Netflix you can watch about the Inspiration4 launch. So you can watch the rocket go, and then later you can go back and see how it all came together.
Actually, haven't watched any of that yet, and I'm really excited to just sort of binge it all at once.
I've seen the first 2 episodes. I didn't see the 2 other ones that were before launch, though, and I feel like I was supposed to watch them before the launch, but it's fine. I'm going to totally binge them afterwards because the first 2 were very good.
I mean, I already said the British Baking Show really has my full attention right now, so it's hard to look away, and it's hard on my waistline.
The exact launch time is 8:02:56, and if that doesn't go, they have other opportunities that I don't know if we know when those times are, but there are other opportunities if something causes them to need to abort and recycle for the 8:02:56 initial attempt.
What is a jellyfish effect?
That is when you get a launch at the exact right time to where the sun has either set or risen, or has either set or is about to rise. And basically, the vantage point from the observer, from you or I or whoever seeing the jellyfish, you are in shadow because of the curve of the Earth and the way that, when the sun sets or before it rises, if you climb high enough, if you go straight up, at a certain point you you climb out of the shadow and you are in light, but the area of the Earth below that point is in shadow. So what happens is when a rocket launches under those conditions at the exact right time, the rocket climbs out of shadow into the sunlight, and from the viewpoint of the person on the ground, the entire exhaust plume of the rocket gets illuminated and backlit by the light. And since you're in shadow and it's dark, it's a really dramatic view. It just looks like a giant jellyfish sort of shape in the sky. It's really, really beautiful. It happens on launches every now and then, and you get members of the general public saying, "Oh my God, aliens! It's aliens!" It's like, no, just a rocket launched at the coincidental exact right time. But it is an absolutely beautiful phenomenon. And I don't think we're expecting. Are we expecting that today? Are we expecting a jellyfish, you guys?
No.
So, maybe a little bit. It's like we're launching about half an hour after sunset, which is kind of pushing the limit as to when you might get any backlit effect. So we'll see, but I don't think so. I wouldn't expect it. If we get it a little bit, it'll be a pleasant surprise, but don't expect it.
Is it true that that in Florida it's better for just before sunrise, and then on the West Coast it's better for just after sunset?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. So if this had been in the morning, just before sunrise, we would probably expect more of a jellyfish effect. But if this had been on the West Coast at this time, it would be a really spectacular launch. So hopefully you guys get some good lights. It looks like they're getting ready to close the hatch there.
It does, and I'm hoping we do, Jack, because one thing with the skies relatively clear out over the ocean too, we should get to see the entry burn as the booster is headed for just read the instructions. And there might be some plume impingement play as the cold gas thrusters are firing on the booster after separation stage 2 ignition. But yeah, it should be good. And hatch closer procedures, man. These are always.
It looks like
when
they're
it gets
greasing
real.
it. You talked about that earlier, Chris. They grease the hatch so that they get that airtight seal just right. And I really do hope there is a jellyfish effect because, I mean, what better way to increase further the awareness of the general public of this mission than doing something like that, and having even people who aren't necessarily tuned in that there was a launch today up and down the eastern seaboard, seeing a giant, brilliant, beautiful light in the sky. I mean, that would be potentially inspirational for a lot of people. So hopefully we get some lights there at liftoff, but hard to say if we will or not. Really, that was a good question, Matt. A lot of people might not know what the jellyfish is.
And Jack, you just said something about, like, you know, hopefully people up the eastern coast of the U.S. will get to see it. Yeah, if the skies are clear, and you are in Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, Virginia, Delaware, Maryland, out toward the coast, even New Jersey and New York, and portions of New England, you will be able to see this if the skies are clear. Now, the further north you get, the more it will end up looking like just a bright dot moving very quickly across the horizon. But you should be able to see this if the skies are clear up the eastern seaboard tonight. And that all goes to it too. You know, prime time viewing, like Thomas was talking about a few minutes ago, right? 8:02 and some seconds p.m. when you're not trying to rendezvous with something sounds like a really insane time to choose, but it's 2 minutes after prime time begins in the U.S. for airing, for television viewing in the evening. So that gives all the major networks time to start their coverage at the top of the hour, and then we watch Inspiration4 lift off 2.5 minutes later. So that's kind of what gave us our launch time today, because the launch window we originally got, right, Julia or Thomas, was like many, it was like 24.5 hours long, and then they basically just said, we'll pick a 5-hour window within that going up. Yeah.
We have a question here from Josh Wilson, who asked, how far inland do you think you'll be able to see this? And a few other questions asking about possible viewing angles as well.
Yeah, I would say that if you are in a state that borders the ocean and you're in the south, like it borders the Atlantic Ocean, those are the ones that could really see it. Maybe portions of Ohio and inland portions of Pennsylvania and New York could be able to see this. Maybe portions of inland Vermont and inland New Hampshire as well, although they're pretty far north. But yeah, I mean, if you're on the coast, you've got a good chance of seeing it. If you're inland, maybe, but it'll be really low on the horizon if you can.
Just a reminder, if you do have questions for us, please use @NASA Spaceflight in chat. That way we can get your question logged. It's just a lot easier for us to see it that way.
And actually, I always forget to mention them until after. If you are in the Bahamas, too, especially the northern Bahamian Islands, you will be able to see this as well if the cloud cover cooperates.
And really quick, before we dive into more questions, if you are just joining us, a brief spiel about what today's mission is all about. This is the Inspiration4 mission. It will be the first human spaceflight mission to orbit that will consist of and never mind, more important things are happening. Hatch closure for Crew Dragon Resilience. I'll get back to that in a second. But they are closing the hatch. You can see the closeout crew closing the hatch for Crew Dragon Resilience. And that will be the final step prior to leak checks and the closeout crew departing the pad, leaving the crew, the only people at 39A, closing the hatch.
The moment when it really gets real. They're in there, they're getting sealed up. We're gonna make a go of it today, as they say. Also, you know, like, if SpaceX is doing new things or like slightly retro things, like, remember when we used to call them space shots?
Yes.
Only the youngest one is nodding at me, which is hilarious. Okay, yes, there we go. That fell flat. Anyway, moving on.
No, I agreed, but Mike wasn't in the right position. I do recall this.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
So roadblocks are down.
Dragon SpaceX, we are commencing health checks for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer change. followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
And copy that, SpaceX, standing by.
And what was that question, Matt?
So this is a question from Zaz, who asks, are the astronauts going to be performing any experiments during the 3 days in orbit? We know that this is a civilian flight, but do they have anything they're going to do while they're up there?
Yes, they do. They have numerous scientific experiments that they're going to be doing. One of them is a radiation experiment. Because they're going up to 575 kilometers, which is higher than any shuttle crew went, right? So not farther than the Apollo crews went, but higher than any shuttle crew or low Earth orbit mission has really gone in terms of like your apogee and your perigee are both at that point. There was a Gemini flight that went to like 1,200 kilometers by 280, but they never raised the perigee up. So they're going to be studying radiation at those higher altitudes. They're also going to be studying how fluid shifts in the body occur after liftoff and once you get into microgravity. And Chris Zembrowski is also going to be doing an experiment where he's going to be monitoring his blood glucose levels. And this is an experiment that's largely designed to examine how diabetes, right, and people who have diabetes can also fly into space and what sort of effects microgravity could have on blood glucose distribution. So a lot of really good and cool experiments that are going up, and I do want to kind of hit a point here because I think one of the things that because hey, like we always see these things, right, where the cargo dragons launch and they're bringing up all the science equipment and the science goes up for months and months and months at a time, or some of it is like it goes up for the month and then it comes back on the same dragon. And I know a lot of people are going, well, how much could they actually do in the 3 days that are up there? But a lot of the experiments that we run on the International Space Station are very quick. They just have to all go up at the same time and then sort of wait their turn to be done. So the fact that it's only 3 days doesn't really have a major effect on the experiments in terms of what they're trying to show and what they're trying to gather data from. So just because it's a shorter mission than ISS expeditions doesn't mean that like, oh, they can't get as much science from this experiment because it's on Dragon versus if they did it on the ISS. That's not actually true because the experiments on ISS largely just end up having to wait their turn and wait for time on the rack and wait for power and wait for human time to do them. So in that regard, just as valuable for what they're doing today as what we do on board the International Space Station as well. ISS just on a much larger scale. Great question.
Well, Cormac had a little bit of concern for us, and this might be a good time to go ahead and introduce everybody once again so people know who they're listening to. At Spaceflight, how are you guys today? Chris, how are you?
Well, I am at my happiest place on Earth, watching 4 people on top of a rocket that's about to be fueled and go to space, so I am absolutely fantastic.
Thomas Burghardt, how are you?
I'm doing great, Matt. Thanks. With the NASA Spaceflight crew here at the Kennedy Space Center press site, and like Chris said, we're waiting for a human spaceflight mission to lift off, so it's a good day.
Julia Bergeron, how are you?
Why, hello again, Matt. I am wonderful. I am enjoying a lovely sandwich that Steve made for me and keeping an eye on the pad and well, enjoying time with you all.
Oh, Steve.
Jack Meyer, how you doing?
Doing good, and I'm doing especially good because we just hit $154,000 raised for Inspiration4 and St. Jude Children's Hospital. Just happy to be in the studio today. I may not be at the happiest place on Earth like Chris, but I'm happy to be here watching this historic moment in spaceflight. Let's keep pumping that number up, everybody. 155, let's hit it. Let's hit it.
You hear that, everybody? Jack admitted that Kennedy Space Center is better than Vandenberg. You all heard it here first.
I absolutely
You all
did
heard
not.
it. We all heard it.
This is not true.
And I'll ask me, Matt Anderson, how are you doing? Oh, I'm doing fine. Thank you so much.
Matt, thank you for being there and hosting today's launch.
I appreciate that.
Indeed.
Thank you.
I do want to do a brief spiel about what today's mission is all about. Like Jack mentioned, this is all about raising awareness and fundraising for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. This is the first all-private human spaceflight mission to orbit for astronauts who don't work for NASA, don't work for the ESA, don't work for Roscosmos. None of that. These are 4 private citizens going to orbit for a few days, and it's all about raising awareness for St. Jude's Hospital. All the donations that you see on this stream and many other streams are going straight towards St. Jude's. There's no YouTube cut or anything. So we do want to encourage everyone to donate to that cause. And of course, this mission really is all about, furthering space travel while also solving problems here on Earth. You can do both. That's really the message that this mission is all about. And so we want to spread that as best we can. This has also, of course, got implications for the future of spaceflight as far as sending people to settle on the moon and Mars, because a lot of the times those aren't going to involve government astronauts. So there's a step being made there as well. But a human spaceflight mission, it's launching on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and Crew Dragon spacecraft. This is Crew Dragon Resilience, making its second flight after the SpaceX Crew 1 mission, which was a NASA astronaut mission. Also launching on a reused Falcon 9 first stage, making its third flight, Booster 1062, which flew 2 GPS satellite missions prior to today. And it's launching from Pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. That's what you're looking at right now. You're looking at a live view from the NASA spaceflight camera here at the press site. And we're just under 1 hour and 45 minutes from the opening of the launch window, and everything appears to be on track. They just closed the hatch for Crew Dragon Resilience, and so we're getting ready to close out the pad.
Check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, GNC. How me?
GNC loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by propulsion.
And what you're hearing right now, comm checks
Dragon prop on countdown. Comm check.
between Dragon and the Falcon 9 launch team in firing room 4.
Prop, loud and clear. Godspeed. Have a good flight today. Stand by for comm check with the avionics engineer.
Dragon and avionics on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, avionics, tell me.
Avionics loud and clear. Stand by for the comm check by the ground segment engineer.
Say that again.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, ground segment, tell me.
Ground segment, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, launch control, tell me.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Dragon, chief engineer on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, first, tell me.
Have you loud and clear. Have a great flight. This completes our comm check.
Comm checks complete on that one, and as you can see from the views there from a camera at 39A and now ours as well, for those of you who are really worried about the weather, I can say don't be. It's almost crystal clear skies here. A few little stray clouds in the area, but everything is pushing inland, and we've never had our major thunderstorms develop. Exactly, look at Fleet Cam right now. Fleet Cam courtesy of Rusty's in Port Canaveral there, but the NSF Fleet Cam, you can see absolutely gorgeous. I mean, Thomas, afternoon in summer, it doesn't get much better than this in Florida.
You're right. So we're really looking out with the weather, and we're really glad that that's worked out so far. Again, just under 2 hours to launch. And while we're on Fleet Cam really quick, I do want to address the other side of the launch today. We talked about the launch site 39A. Julia, resident fleet expert, can you give us the rundown on the fleet operations for today's mission?
I sure can do that. So as we're looking at Fleet Cam, let's see, we have just read the instructions out at the landing zone, and it was accompanied by Finn Falgett, who did tow them out. And we also had the debut of the new multi-purpose ship, Doug. So Doug is one of two ships, Bob and Doug. Notice those names there, guys? So Bob and Doug are capable of towing and recovering fairings and doing crew support. So Fleet Cam gave us some views of what the crew boarding the drone ships looks like now. They basically get in a basket, and the basket gets taken over from Doug via the crane onto the deck of the drone ship, where they can either secure the deck, or after launch they can secure the booster when it becomes daylight again. So we're looking at a new evolution in how fleet operations are run. The other ships that are out right now, we do have Go Navigator posted in the Gulf, and we have Go Searcher, which is at Port Canaveral right now. they are both activated to be able to support this launch in case of an abort scenario. And then during orbit, it will be decided where the weather is best. We are kind of cheering to maybe have an East Coast recovery of this crew, but it could go back to the Gulf with Go Navigator. So we won't know that until they are in orbit and we are a little bit closer to determining what time splashdown will be.
Dragons. So reusability.
SpaceX, good side hatch leak check.
$159,000 raised so far. I'm just gonna keep plugging that number as it goes higher and higher. And again, YouTube is not taking any cut of this, nor are we. 160, woohoo! It's all going to St. Jude's. So if that was on your mind, rest assured, YouTube's not taking anything. It's all going straight to the kids. So just keep it up, everybody. I'm so heartened by seeing this number continually rise up. And it's not just our stream, it's all the streams that are set up in the same way to have the money go to Inspiration4 and St. Jude. And so it's a team effort. We're all pulling this cart up the hill together.
Absolutely. Of course, the overarching goal is 200 million raised. And aside from that, Jared Isaacman, the commander of the mission and the one who bought the Crew Dragon seats and all of that, signed a check for 100 million all on his own. Again, that's before the 200 million fundraising goal, and they're working towards that. And of course, all of the fundraisers that are part of our stream and every other stream are going towards that 200 million goal. I'll set forth where we're in the upper hundreds of 100,000 mark. I want to set a goal of $250,000 before liftoff. Let's see if we can get there. Really excited with all of the numbers we're hearing right now, and keep it up. This is a great cause to be supporting, and again, a testament to solving problems on Earth while continuing to explore space.
We're at 161. Just talking about it right now, it's already gone up by 1,000. I think 250K is totally doable, and this is the SpaceX stream. This is probably EDA's stream. This is going to be all the different streams that are set up this way. So it's got to be doable. 162, just there, bam. So yes, let's do this, everybody. Good job.
We got more questions from chat. If you guys are ready to answer.
Yeah.
We have a question from Ice Blue, who asks, why does it take so many ninjas? And I want to say because there's so many pirates, but the ninjas are the assistants out there. We're helping them get all strapped in. How many were there?
Actually, I don't know what the number of ninjas there. I mean, I think the highest number I saw was 30 that I noticed. So maybe there's 30?
I think there was a 33 or something. They're in the 30s somewhere.
Okay.
But yeah, there's a lot of different responsibilities. There's ones in charge of the crew themselves, getting them strapped in and hooked up. There's closeout crew members dedicated to the spacecraft, closing the hatch and things like that. They kind of all have different sets of responsibilities. Mission photographer was one member of the closeout crew, so there's a few different jobs out there. So they're in the 30s or so.
Sam Brady in chat saying they saw 37. Yeah, so I'll have to
there
go
you
back
go.
and review the footage and see what the highest number there is. That'd be a good question for like a press conference. It's like how many pad closeout crew are there actually? I wonder if
It's Pad Ninjas, Jack. It's Pad Ninjas.
All right. Not everything needs a fun name, but all right, I'll do it.
All right, I've got a couple of questions in one here from Don Clay and from Deadfoot. What is the parking orbit altitude range? And, second part here, what would be the estimated orbital speed of the Dragon, considering it's going to be much higher than the ISS?
Orbital speed is not going to be that different between 400 and... It's a great question. Orbital velocity is not going to be that different between 415 and 575 kilometers. It'll probably be 7.8 kilometers per second is orbital velocity roughly in low Earth orbit, give or take a couple of numbers after that, which is very similar to the ISS. In terms of...
I should point out that was also a misconception in that question. Higher orbital altitude is actually a lower orbital velocity. I know that sounds silly. You have to accelerate more to get there. But once you're in your orbit, you're actually traveling slower the higher you are. Weird thing, but if you think about it, basically gravity is pulling you down lower, therefore gravity has accelerated you more and you're at a higher free fall rate. Anyway, back to the question.
And then I believe the question was, what is the initial parking orbit they'll be inserted into? The initial parking orbit is roughly 210 kilometers circular, so that can either end up being like 205 by 215 to for circularize at 210. It's something like that usually how the Falcon 9 inserts Dragon into orbit, and that's just based on how the rocket can do it. The mass of everything in 200 kilometers is generally what you insert into and then raise your orbit up beyond that particular one. That's what they do for missions to the ISS, though.
Yeah, so I was going to ask Dragon has its own propulsion margins that they can work through to raise that orbit, do phasing maneuvers, whatever they need to do. Obviously, with no rendezvous today, there's no reason to do phasing maneuvers or anything like that, really, unless you're just aligning up with your landing site. But as far as getting up to that higher altitude, you can actually see a graphic courtesy SpaceX right now that how high they're going, higher than the ISS, higher than Hubble. Are they eating into Dragon's margins to do that, or eating into Falcon 9's margins and actually inserting Dragon into a higher initial orbit when it separates?
So it's a good question. From the way I understand it, from the abort ascent profile, they basically insert into the same orbit to protect for abort, because even in those final few moments when you're like pushing the abort trajectory across the Atlantic Ocean to the western coast of Ireland, you still don't want to have a very steep reentry profile, which the higher you go, the more steeper your reentry is going to end up being. So I believe they still have to insert into the 210-ish kilometer circular orbit to begin with, and then go from there. Sort of like, Thomas, how even no matter where the shuttles went in the specific mission's orbit, they always inserted into a 66 by 256 kilometer orbit for various reasons. But yeah, that's my understanding of it. But watch the altimeter, because who knows, SpaceX might not have told us some new feature of Falcon 9 when it's not a NASA crew flight. We'll see.
Quick little note here about St. Jude. There's a question, does St. Jude share research funding with other hospitals like Baptist, Mayo? I'm not sure about their sharing funding. They do share lots of research, though. They're really at the front of developing lots of facilities internationally to try to assist developing nations, especially with trying to get their hospitals off the ground, with showing them new techniques, developing new ways of sharing information and research so that they can, if they find out something new, they can share all their data with a hospital across the world if they want to. They're extremely good about that. Let's see. Keith asks, in orbit or on orbit? Please discuss.
Oh man, I think it's
with orbit.
I've heard both, but I think it's in orbit. I think in orbit sounds more proper to me.
I think it's one of those things that comes down to preference. I don't know if there's a correct.
I think technically both are correct. I tend to go for in orbit, but you could be on orbit, because that's one of those things it might be a difference between British and American English, because like in America we say we stand in line, but in the UK they say we stand on line. So it might just be a difference like that. I think both are technically correct, but I go with in.
I feel like I would go with in orbit as well, but I also kind of feel like if I was on a space station, I might say on orbit. I don't know, it's a stupid distinction to make maybe, but like short term in a capsule for a period of time, you're in orbit. When you're like living on the space station for a year, you're on orbit. But maybe that's just me being silly.
That's kind of like how
I don't
in
think
Texas
so,
we say howdy, but in England they say, why are you talking to me?
That's funny. No, Jack, as soon as you said that, as soon as I stopped talking, I realized, like, oh wait, I do actually, there's a difference. I think when you talk about the capsule, like the physical thing is in orbit, but it's on orbit when you talk about the operations that they're going to be doing.
That makes sense.
I think the actual delineation between the two. If you say on orbit, you're referring to the activities that the crew are doing, but in orbit refers to the physical vehicle itself. At least that's what I'm going with. Don't at me.
Oh, that makes sense.
Actually, do add us. Keep adding us at NASA Spaceflight to ask questions in chat, and we'll continue to answer them best we can.
We have so many ats right now. What's the estimated max speed, and what's the highest acceleration of G's they're going to experience?
So, generally speaking, now different mission profiles may vary slightly. Generally speaking, you set a max of either like 3 or 3.5 G's of acceleration is the maximum you tend to aim for. And again, so that's 3 and 3.5 times the normal acceleration due to gravity that you feel just walking around here on Earth. That is generally speaking what you aim for. And Chris G is signaling to me that it's 3.5. So there you go. And that is accomplished by throttling those engines. You'll actually see during the first stage flight, first, you'll have a throttle down period for max Q, maximum aerodynamic pressure. That's to control the loads that the vehicle itself is experiencing. Then there will also be throttling later in the flight, especially on that second stage, as it gets lighter and lighter. Basically, as the stage burns all its fuel, there's less mass being accelerated, and thus you're actually accelerating harder. And towards the end of the second stage burn, the one engine on the upper stage will throttle down to limit the acceleration to do that 3.5 G mark. I believe the other question was maximum velocity. In that case, it should be whatever the orbital velocity is at insertion, which should be, like Chris said, about 7.8 kilometers per second-ish. Again, every flight profile varies ever so slightly, but that gives you an idea.
And that is the G-forces during liftoff. The G-forces during descent and reentry are actually higher in the Dragon. They're about 4.5, roughly. And Victor Glover, one of the astronauts on the Crew 1 mission, the pilot of the Crew 1 mission, actually talked about like how the seats orient them in Dragon when they're coming back in, so that the G-forces are distributed on them in ways where they're not being like compressed down by the spine. They're being sort of pushed back into their seats. And but it is more intense on the G-forces on reentry than it is during launch.
As someone who's always enjoyed the fleeting moments of positive and negative G's that you get like on a roller coaster, it's always just like a fraction of a second, you know, where it's like you press into your seat for a little bit and then it stops. I honestly can't imagine what it would be like to be re-entering and feel a sustained 4+ G's for however long that phase of flight lasts. I mean, there's a big difference between being on a roller coaster and feeling a little bit of G for a fraction of a second and feeling it sustained for a long period of time, either on launch or on entry. And oh, gosh, would I love to know what that feels like. And these four
you
are
and me
about
both,
to find
Jack.
out.
Yep.
Matter of time, Chris. Matter of time.
From your lips to whoever can pay for its ears.
Let's see, from Lost Astronaut, if you could choose between going on Virgin Galactic or Blue Origin for suborbital flight, which would you choose?
Virgin.
Blue Origin.
Chris? Julia?
A choice between those two, I would go with Blue Origin.
Oh, I guess I'm going on a launch with Chris because I would say Blue Origin as well.
Oh man, y'all are babies. Virgin
It might just be that they want to stay on their flight path.
I can tell you right now why my answer is Blue Origin. It's because Virgin Galactic needs to prove to me that they can stay within their flight path. They need to prove to me that they can obey the safety culture that they have instilled and abort when the vehicle tells you to abort, which, from what we know now, they did not do. So my answer is Blue Origin on that one until they can prove that they fixed it. Yeah.
All of that is logical and makes perfect sense and is a perfectly acceptable answer. However, what's more exciting, the thing that you know is going to go right or the thing that you are unsure if it's going to go right?
Wow,
I want to talk about it after I'm back, so the thing we know is going to go right.
I'm going a little bit daredevil on this one, but hey, if you're asking me Virgin versus Blue Origin, I'd probably rather go Virgin. But that's me. I'm just being stupid, I suppose.
But once they prove to me that they fixed it, Virgin. Yes, I'd go on both once.
It's a hand-flown spacecraft. There's no other. There's just nothing else like it. Like that's a really unique and special thing, if you ask me. And as someone who's always been fascinated by flight and test flight and science fiction in general, like who doesn't want a spacecraft that's actually flown into space? That's just so awesome in sci-fi.
I would also caveat my answer saying that if I was only offered a ride on Spaceship Two, I would still say yes. So, given the choice, sure, I might lean towards Blue Origin, but I wouldn't decline a ride on Spaceship Two. I think that's also a very cool system. But I also think that Crew Dragon and Orbital Spaceflight is even cooler than any of the things we were just talking about. And that's what I'm really excited about today, yeah.
Definitely.
NASA spaceflight. We'll take what we can get.
Yeah. Yep. Basically, it's the difference, Thomas, in a lot of ways to me, of being on one of those zero gravity planes that like flies a parabolic arc type of trajectory and gives you like 30 seconds or a minute of weightlessness every few minutes, and actually being weightless and in orbit. I mean, the Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin, it's just a fleeting taste, right? Whereas when you're on orbit, you're on orbit. Maybe you're in orbit. Haha, callbacks. So yeah, this is the real deal here. What we're watching these people on screen get ready to do, and I can't help but notice that they keep like fist bumping and like just encouraging each other. I'm really enjoying watching their interactions here as they wait to launch into space in about hour and 24 minutes.
You got a good question about the setup that they have there. It takes so long for people to strap them in. Are they able to strap themselves in before re-entry?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. It's a lot easier to strap yourself in when you are in orbit than it is when you are under the force of gravity and kind of having to awkwardly position yourself in the vehicle. So yeah, they strap themselves back into the seats when they come home. Yeah, but they do need the assistance of getting everything ready when they're getting in the capsule, because it's just harder when you're in the bulky suits and under gravity.
He was just looking at dog pictures. I swear I saw a dog.
He's playing Candy Crush or something, right? Like
Literally just messaged from somebody asking, was he playing Angry Bird? I don't know.
That's what I would be doing right now. I'd be like, hey, Jack, checklist 24.2, and I'd be like, hey, but I'm about to power out.
Here's one of those things that I find absolutely fascinating. I wonder if it's true on Dragons too for the two crew members who aren't the commander and the pilots on these flights. But there are stories from the shuttle era where, like, the astronauts who would be on the middeck, they literally had nothing to do after they got in the vehicle. They were literally just along for the ride, and they sometimes had to wake them up before liftoff because they would just fall asleep because there was nothing to do. So I'm kind of wondering, like, hey, the people who are in the mission specialist seats on Dragon, when they don't really have anything to do they doze off? Do they take a nap? Like, because you can totally do that on the launch pad if you want to.
Oh yeah.
I feel like we saw, it was Crew 1 or Crew 2, the mission specialists were like at least closing their eyes a little bit. I don't know if that was craziness, like we're about to launch into space, I'm going to close my eyes for a second, or I'm legitimately bored out of my mind and we got to sit here for 2 more hours before anything happens. Or some combination of thereof. I think we might have seen that though before.
Question from Brylark. How long does it take to fuel the Falcon 9?
It takes exactly 33 minutes to fuel the Falcon 9. They start at T-minus 35 minutes. It completes at T-minus 2 minutes, and then they purge everything, and off they go. The procedure is called load and go, and it's really sort of wrapped around the densified liquid oxygen that they use, where that has to be kept so cold, because the more dense you can make it, the more efficient you can make it, the more you can pack it, the more oomph you can get out of your engines. But in order to keep it as cold as they need it, they have to pump it in literally the last possible minutes that they have in the countdown. So that's why it's called load and go. Starts at 35, ends at 2, and off they go.
Let's see. Here's a fun one. Jack, webinar.
That was well before your time. Do you even know what you're doing?
I have no idea, but I'm all for it.
Cool, let's move on.
I know roast when I see one.
Let's not give them the satisfaction, and we'll just move on. Thank you for coming to my ignoring you webinar.
Matt, very well done. The rest of the NASA Spaceflight team here approves.
Yeah. Webinar, Malkovich. Why didn't Elon want to go?
Did Elon ever say he didn't want to go?
He has said that he wants to go, but he doesn't want to go on the first ones. So take that what it is. he's still got work to do, is what I kind of read into that. So he's not ready yet. But he says he will. He says he wants to. He just doesn't want to go now. Is basically the last thing that he said. It's Elon. His mind could have changed, but there you go.
It could be that he doesn't want it to be all about him, which is, I know, a little strange for a billionaire at this point.
Yep, but it's not about him.
It's about Inspiration4 and the St. Jude fundraiser that we're doing.
172,000. 172,000. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's that. I mean, definitely there is that. But I think there's also an element of, like, he's got other things that he wants to accomplish right now. He doesn't gain anything from going. Kind of why take the seat from somebody else? You know, and orbital is different than a pop up and down suborbital flight. So, yeah.
Yeah, and between Tesla and making humanity multiplanetary, you know, getting Starship up and running, everything else that he's trying to do, I totally get it. He doesn't have time to devote to the training and, you know, the risk to his life and all of that. There's multiple different components there, but gosh, man, if I was him, I would really want to do whatever I could to get into space. It's almost like it's commendable that he's been able to resist the urge, I suppose. But yeah, 172,000 raised so far through the various streams that are doing this, and thank you everybody for chipping in. It's so awesome to see this number keep ticking up, and I just cannot reiterate enough how special St. Jude's is. And Matt, I had a little bit of follow up. We were wondering if Haley was actually treated by St. Jude, and she was. So she was a kid. She had a osteosarcoma on her knee, and was treated at St. Jude with chemotherapy, and now she works there helping kids. And now look, she's gonna go into space.
And making a little bit more history today as well. So part of the Inspiration4 historical run that this is, Haley's going to become the youngest American to be in space and the first prosthesis to be in space that we know of.
Yeah,
yes,
it's really, really, really cool that this milestone is going to be made, and I really want to find out what the story is behind her call sign Nova. I wonder if that's come out yet, or if maybe that's in like the Netflix doc. They give
Supernova.
Is that what it is? Supernova.
Supernova. And they called her Nova. Yep.
Nice. It's perfect.
And you know the best part though? The best part of this is that she gets to look at her patients, and she was in their shoes, and she gets to look at them and tell these stories, and those stories are going to have so much power for those kids. To have somebody standing in front of them that has walked in their shoes, tell them that anything is possible, and that is why I love her so much, because she really is a beautiful soul who just never saw this coming, right? It was actually her brother. Her brother works in the aerospace industry, so she kind of tagged along with her brother on field trips and family vacations, and it was kind of like, okay, yeah, cool, whatever. My brother's really into this. Well, then all of a sudden you get offered this moment of a lifetime, and to really embrace that and want to bring that back and help the kids that way, she had my heart, y'all.
Which, by the way, as a brother who is in aerospace engineering, if my sister got this opportunity, I guarantee she wouldn't have even thought about anything. She would have been like, oh yeah, I'm going. She probably wouldn't have even told me. I would have found out via a SpaceX announcement. Sorry, Tori, if you're watching. How's it going?
No, it's good. Julia, to what you were saying too there, I kind of want to highlight something that Dr. Cyan Proctor said yesterday, where we were talking about Haley as being the youngest American and to go. And Cyan said something very interesting to me yesterday, and that was, as a woman in her 50s, there are a lot of times when you think as you age that you've passed the opportunity to do things, that your time to live your dreams and fulfill your dreams. Like, this is a fulfillment of a dream for her. She was one of the finalists for for NASA astronaut candidates.
Exactly.
A few years ago. But she talked about that, and she talked about, this, reinforcing for her that, nah, just because you're in your 40s, just because you're in your 50s, just because you're in your 60s, absolutely does not mean you have missed your chance to follow your dream, even if that dream is to leave the planet and come back. Yeah.
Yeah, and I see this as a recurring theme in my life right now too, because I was doing a docent shift and I had a woman, and she's a retiree. She came in and she told me, we were talking about flying, and she said, "Yeah, I flew in today." And I kind of looked at her, I'm like, "Huh?" And she goes, "Yeah, I'm a pilot. I've been flying for a few years, but I didn't learn until I was in my 50s. So really, if you think this is something you want to do," and she was telling me all these places I can go to get the support, and then you add people like Poppy Northcutt into that, and all of the things she's accomplished during her early career with NASA, right? And the things she's still accomplishing now. So as a woman, I'd say this year really for me has been a trend in it's never too late. Follow that dream.
Let's see here. Ready for more chat questions?
We are. We're coming up on just over an hour left to launch, by the way, guys. In about 20, 30 minutes or so, we are going to start getting into the business end of this countdown. So we're going to keep taking questions in the meantime, though.
And the Chris G goosebump meter just went up. Like, we're at an 8. We're going toward a 10.
It's almost there.
I don't know.
Or does it go to 11?
It might go to 11. Just wait until he hears the rumble, and you guys, he'll lose it. He'll lose it.
It goes to 10, and then I just explode, and everyone's microphone throughout the press site will hear me. It doesn't matter. You will.
All right, stand by for Chris exploding. Biggin says, NASA spaceflight, we'll take what we can get. That's a t-shirt. We're always looking for good merchandising opportunities, so thank you very much for that. Kiki asks, is there any 3D printed parts on the rocket?
The
Super Dracos are 3D printed.
Exactly, yeah. I was going to say the thrust chambers for the Super Draco engines are 3D printed in Canal, I think.
I believe so, yes.
I'm not sure what else might have used additive manufacturing on it, but I know the Super Dracos. That's the one that I know.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it wouldn't surprise me if quite a bit of it might actually be some maybe not 3D printing, but newer types of construction techniques.
We're at 175,000 raised so far across the various streams that are doing this fundraiser right now, and we have an hour and 12 minutes to go. I think your goal, Thomas, of 250,000. I think we're gonna smash that. I'm hoping we see some really
I hope we do too.
I'm hoping we see some really generous donations around liftoff. I mean, if I was going to donate, I mean, I might be waiting for liftoff. So hopefully we just see it go ham.
Yeah, every dollar is going to be one more foot that goes higher.
Exactly.
Maybe an inch. We'll see. We need that to go high.
Yeah, it's supposed to get into orbit. Come on, guys, to the moon.
We've had this question a few times now. Mr. Farston is going to be the one that I pick here. Hey, guys, quick question. How will they sleep?
Sleeping. Yes. So they basically sleep in sleeping bags because you don't need a bed. There's no gravity. You don't need to lie down. So you can basically just Velcro your sleeping bag to any available surface, and that becomes your bed. And you can Velcro that to the ceiling, to the floor, to the wall. And it just feels, from what astronauts said, sometimes the first night is a little disorienting, but they kind of liken it to like the first time you're sleeping in a new house or a new apartment or something like that. And you sleep, but you don't really sleep well. You wake up because you're still learning like all the quirks of what the sounds are during the night and everything like that. But other than that, some astronauts have actually said because there's no gravity, it's actually some of the most restful sleep they get because there's no part of your body that's tense. It just totally relaxes in that environment. So that's how they sleep.
It's Ultima asks, at NASA Spaceflight, predictions on the zero-G indicator. We know that they're often quite fun. The zero-G indicator, by the way, if you don't know, is often like a stuffed animal or something that they release to show that there's no gravity.
Haley has it, and she's not telling what it is. I noticed Cyan said yesterday, or Chris said yesterday, actually, that they were very much looking forward to reaching orbit when she will pull out the zero-G indicator. So I don't know. I don't really want to hazard a guess on that one because I have a feeling it's something very personal to her.
It's going to be a tin of pineapple to put on the pizza.
You can log right off once they launch.
Yeah. All right, Jack. Thank you for taking over hosting things for this stream.
It's
Matt,
me,
we'll talk to you
Jack
next
Bauer
time.
with
Actually, we
NASA
won't.
Space
All right.
It's valid. It's a valid flavor.
All right, fine.
All right.
There's a time and a place for pineapple pizza, and it's called college.
ZRBD says, do you guys still get nervous for these human flights? I do every time, and it's probably not healthy.
Yes.
Yep.
Butterflies. Absolute butterflies right now.
I don't think that will ever change.
I mean, eventually it'll be, like, I don't get nervous when an airplane takes off anymore. It will eventually get there. It's gonna.
I do. Thomas, it's the most difficult phase of flight: takeoff and landing. You know this. Get nervous.
Yeah, but relatively. All right, if I was taking off from an aircraft carrier, maybe. If I'm on a commercial airline, I'm usually asleep by then.
Fair. You're a much more calm person than me, I suppose.
I also flew to how many spaceports in the past couple of weeks? That, to be fair, biased a little there.
Yeah, fair.
I mean, I want the day that we do get there, right? That rocketry and traveling on rockets is like air travel. You know, I really am one of those people who is like, yes, bring it point to point, you know, with all the challenges that involves. But I'm with Thomas on this one. I usually have my nose in a book when we're taking off and landing. Like it doesn't bother me. I know what you mean, Jack. Like I know in my head those are the most dangerous times of a flight. I'm just calling it kind of also like, well, there's nothing I can do if something goes wrong. So
I'm looking out the window. I'm looking at the flaps. Like, okay, they're retracting. All right, good. Okay. There's the clunk. There's the clunk of the landing gear. All right, great. Okay, great. All right, we seem to be leveling off now. Okay, so okay, like I'm a ball of nerves every time, but maybe that's a me problem.
Got kind of a neat question here from El Pablo, who asks, how much stronger are you in space? And I'm going to add on here, we're going to assume in this situation no exposure to gamma radiation.
Right. Okay, so space physics question. So on Earth, to lift something, you have to lift that mass against the acceleration due to gravity. In weightlessness, you're pushing that mass in whatever direction with no extra, you're basically without that acceleration. So, oh geez, I don't even.
The answer is, I think it's a paradox, because the answer is you can physically lift and move more than you could on Earth, but you actually technically get weaker in space because even though you keep exercising, your muscles keep atrophying.
Yeah.
Oh,
right. In weightlessness, it is very easy to, like, with one finger, push something. Like, because you're not fighting gravity, you're not fighting anything, you're just moving at something. But there's also the problem of, well, you start to get a little bit weaker when you're in space until you come back. So, right, two parts to that answer. Thank you, Chris.
Like when they just hand
catch 22.
It is right, but I love it because when they're on spacewalks, like, and they just hand Thomas like a 5,000-pound cooling thing, and he's like do, just like holding on to it with one hand on the end of the arm, like, yeah.
We were talking about the zero gravity indicator earlier. Their crew are bringing some things on board. I think Isaacman is bringing a dragon pendant. Chris is bringing some family heirloom pins. Haley's bringing a photo of when she was 10 fighting bone cancer, and Proctor's bringing her dad's ring, who passed away when she was 19.
Yeah, and Cyan is also bringing a lot of art stuff with her and art supplies with her, and Sambrowski's bringing his ukulele. Maybe we'll get somewhere over the rainbow, which, my gosh, they would be.
Wait. So Leo should paint Chris's ukulele, I think is what you're saying.
Exactly. Yes.
Can they duel with Thomas Pesquet's banjo on the ISS? Can there be a thing there?
That would be awesome. Oh my god, yes. And I also didn't realize Thomas had a banjo, and now I like him even more.
I would love a banjo ukulele duel. Sepsi asks, how are y'all feeling so far?
So right now we're at T minus 65 minutes, just over an hour from launch. Right now we're kind of in a waiting game. There's no fuel on board yet. The crew access arm is still attached. The hatch is closed, so that was a big thing. And we saw the crew drive out. Those were the two big moments that were like, yeah, this launch is a little bit different from all the other ones. I think the big moment is going to be when they do that go, no-go poll at T minus 45 minutes, and they get to go to proceed. That's when the nerves are going to start really kicking in. Right now, we're kind of in that waiting phase, but we're getting real close. It's getting exciting.
Yeah,
but how are you
echo that.
feeling,
Like,
Thomas?
right. Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, I think Thomas hit the nail on the head for us. Like, there is this like weird lull you get into after the comm checks are done, where you are just kind of waiting. I think that's the feeling we all have right now. We're just kind of waiting for that next big thing for the anxiety and nerves to start again. Yeah.
I'm feeling waiting, Matt. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does. My whole life. M. Bishop
But an
says,
absolute gorgeous sunset happening right now at the Kennedy Space Center. So, I mean, really great. Behind us, but you can also see the colors of the clouds behind Falcon 9 also starting to change as well as the sun goes down. So, yes, what's the question, Matt? Sorry.
well, very different from gorgeous colors. How is the solid waste handled during this type of flight?
Tis stowed carefully.
Tis stowed.
I think the larger question here is how do they go to the bathroom up there, right? There are toilet facilities on board. It's not a private room like it was on the shuttle. It does just kind of pop out of the wall. There is a privacy or like a privacy curtain or like a modesty curtain or something like that they have. But that's that. And it's not like it is on Earth where you can rely on gravity to flush. There's suction involved. And there's a lot of care that goes into making sure that that suction goes the right direction and that everything is collected and stored properly.
And if you are on Earth in relationship to where they are sitting, it is in the ceiling, which, of course, when you are in space, won't matter.
This is one I can actually answer, and it is related to the previous question about how they go to the bathroom. And it is, how do you eat in space, asked by the council. Typically what you do is you lower your jaw, and it creates a space in the front of your face, and you insert the food into that. Then you close it, and you sort of grind your mandibles together until it becomes like a paste. At that point, the various muscles in your mouth can be used to move the food mass down your esophagus into your stomach where it becomes digested. It's a fascinating process.
It is, and that's basically it. It's not. Here's thankfully what's not that. The old tubes of toothpaste that some of the astronauts used to have to utilize in the earlier days of the space program before space food and ability to heat things on orbit and rehydrate things on orbit really improved the quality of the food that's available to astronauts now.
They're eating pizza this go around. That's why we were talking about pizza earlier. Though not
they
pineapple pizza, I was told.
Specifically, not pineapple pizza, but specifically cold pizza. Like Cyan's request was cold pizza. And I love her for that because there's nothing better than cold pizza.
It's like Lunchables, right? That you're just sort of assembling the pizza.
And I'm immediately flashing back to being a kid and eating pizza Lunchables. Thanks.
Yes.
This may not sponsored by Lunchables.
Or Dunkaroos. Never happened.
Oh my god. Stop.
How many total hours of training was needed for Inspiration4? Do we know?
They spent. They didn't give the exact number yesterday. They said they spent thousands and thousands of hours in training. They did a full 30-hour sim where they got into a Dragon in Hawthorne and they simulated launch, on orbit, sleeping, and reentry and coming home. One thing that was sort of really clear, or became clear yesterday, at least to me, Thomas, and I know the documentary on Netflix is doing a good job of highlighting the highlighting all of the training that they actually did. But one thing that they said yesterday that really made me personally feel a lot better is that they did get the equivalent amount of training that NASA crews get to fly the Dragon. And one thing to remember when you hear like, oh, International Space Station astronauts train for 2 years for their mission, they're training for 2 years for a 6-month duration stay on board the International Space Station. It doesn't actually take 2 years to learn to fly the vehicles that get you there and get you back. That is typically about a 10 to 9 month-ish process to learn that element of flying. So pretty commensurate to what you would expect astronauts of this era to get.
And right on cue, we are about to hit on my mark 3, 2, 1, mark. T-minus 60 minutes and counting. We're coming up on the business end of the countdown, so a quick preview as we get closer here. At T-minus 45 minutes, the SpaceX launch teams are going to go with a go, no-go poll, which will basically provide a go or no-go for propellant loading operations, loading the fuels into Falcon 9. Assuming that is all go, at between that time and T-minus 38 minutes, the crew access arm will retract to the initial position, and then the launch escape system will be armed. At that point, the vehicle is ready to do a pad abort should anything go wrong, and they can move into propellant loading operations. And at T-minus 35 minutes, those operations begin, and we will start fueling this rocket for its on-time launch at 8:02 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 minutes after midnight UTC. Again, under 60 minutes to go to the opening of today's launch window, and everything is on track.
And worth noting, 8:02 p.m. tonight is a night launch for the Falcon 9 and for Inspiration4. So that will aid in visibility up the eastern seaboard of the United States. Will also, if you are in Florida, Georgia, or the Carolinas and Virginia, look the appropriate direction, because it means if the skies are clear, you'll be able to see the entry burn as the booster heads toward the drone ship. So lots that you could potentially see if you're on the coast tonight.
We've got
It'd be nice if they put out a visibility map. I haven't seen a visibility map, but yeah, just go outside and look up if you're on the eastern seaboard.
I've never actually seen SpaceX and NASA do a visibility map for the Falcon 9. Yeah.
It's a Wallops thing, I think, really.
We've got a couple of questions here that are related, so I'm just going to make it a two-parter. Exhale asks, do they monitor their vital signs through launch and reentry? And similarly, Harvinder Sunila asks, if there's a medical emergency requiring a return, how long will it take to get an astronaut back to Earth for treatment?
So to the second part of that question, if there were to be a medical emergency on orbit, they would come down basically as quickly as they could. The 7 location sites are off the coast of Florida, so basically that would give you an opportunity. It would give you 2 opportunities every 6 hours, because you would have one on the ascending node, and then 6 hours later you're on the descending node. But then you kind of have to wait 18 hours to come back into alignment with Florida. So they would have other options to go to. If it were also very serious, there might be things where they could do to get them down near countries that there are agreements with, that they could go out and get them potentially. But all efforts would be made to bring them back to Florida as quickly as possible in that regard.
All right. And
what is interesting is that if that were to happen on the International Space Station, there are actually reciprocal agreements between Russia and the United States where the vehicles can land either close to or in the other country if the medical emergency is serious enough, like that. So like if there was a massive medical emergency on the station and the quickest way they could get the Soyuz down was to land it in Arizona, they might actually take that and do it even though it's a Russian craft. But since it's not the station, it would come down as quickly as possible off the coast of Florida.
And are their vitals monitored throughout the launch? Or throughout the mission, really?
They used to monitor astronaut vitals during launch, but I honestly don't know if I don't think they do anymore. Or if they do, they don't tell us. I don't honestly remember the last time someone said they were being monitored during flight, but that doesn't mean they're not. I don't think they do that anymore, though.
Okay, here's a.
But this is a private flight, so never say never. They might actually be monitoring for something in particular.
From Lost Astronaut, if you could bring one food or beverage to bring to space for your consumption, what would it be?
Pliny the Elder.
Oh,
Wait,
one
what?
food or beverage.
It's
Well, I
just a
think
beer.
that
Go ahead,
just
Julia.
a beer. Oh, okay. Well, I think that
I'd bring some IPA. Yeah, some IPA beer is what I'd bring.
Oh, I'm actually thinking cheesecake. I mean, I think y'all would think I'd say cookie, but cheesecake sounds perfect.
You mean cheese pie?
No, cheesecake.
Are we really gonna have this debate right now?
It's really more of a pie, but I digress.
I mean,
Okay, how about I just bring a big tub of the pre-made whipped cream cheese that you can make a pie out of, and I'll just eat that. No pie.
Okay. Now the Golden Girls are going to have to get involved here because we're desecrating cheesecake. So Thomas, what's yours?
I mean, so I've been told that tortillas are pretty functional in space, no crumbs, et cetera, and I'm a pretty big fan of pretty much anything in a tortilla. So I think I just bring lots of taco stuff.
That's fair.
So practical. Matt, what would you bring?
Pineapple pizza.
Oh my God! Why'd I ask you?
Wrong
I
answer.
want to bring cheese fondue.
Cheese fondue. There we go.
Cheese fondue. I would want to eat
That's
like
gonna get
just
messy in microgravity.
exactly floating globules of cheese.
That's actually
That would be-
amazing. That's
Yeah.
amazing. Like you
Well,
just
I
like
wanna
have a
see it.
sphere of cheese that you like push food items into. That's amazing. I love it. That's way
Wouldn't
better
it
than
just-
pineapple pizza.
But in microgravity, wouldn't it just round itself into a ball
Exactly.
like water does? Like,
Well, you'd want to
I
like
think
maybe
it was-
disrupt the cheese somehow, so you get smaller splashes and little balls, spears.
it might like honestly be less messy than that corned beef sandwich they took up on one of the Mercury or Gemini flights. Like,
Address the mesh.
That's SpaceX gonna get in trouble because the next private crew is gonna use all of these food ideas, and the people who have to clean Dragon afterwards are gonna be real upset with us.
Who brought this cheese in here?
I already said it once. Let's get Matt some VC funding and let's do space fondue. Come on.
I mean, I will happily be the test subject for how fondue reacts in space. We have a question here from Camera Wainman, who asks, how old do you need to be an astronaut? Well, it's getting lower and lower.
right now, 18 years old to be able to consent for yourself, I believe, is in the new era is what it is. I'm not sure if they would let younger people fly with parental consent, but 18, when you're an adult and can consent to yourself, I think that's the age limit right now.
What about for NASA? If you wanted to go be a NASA astronaut, what is the youngest NASA astronaut that's been through?
I don't actually think NASA has a minimum age limit, but their requirements basically make it so you have to at least have a master's degree or be a test pilot with so many hours of flying time that you're basically gonna be in your 30s. But by the time you get picked to fly for NASA, but I don't actually believe they have a minimum beyond. I don't think they state a minimum in them. I think it's just the requirements is more what they look at.
John asks, how would you heat up the fondue? With a fondue pot, duh. Come on, John, it's not rocket science.
I'm thinking of like a series of hair dryers arranged in like a ring so that they like just swirl the. Anyways,
a series of hair dryers.
Yeah, commercial off the shelf, Chris.
I love that.
Commercial off, please.
I brought 7 hair dryers so I could heat up my cheese.
Where would you plug those in on the Dragon, though?
So, extension cord, power strip.
Just all the way down?
Yeah.
This is how we
I
make
think
space
we
elevators?
need Das to enter the chat and calm us down. Or wait, no, Das would be making your line drawing of this wonderful commercial of yours.
Yeah. Where's the DOS art when you need it?
So we've been getting a lot of questions about where this launch will be visible from. And from Flight Club, I'm a patron of Flight Club, which is a fantastic resource. It's flightclub.io. It's a
Run
website.
by a fantastic person, by the
Yeah,
way.
friend of the channel, Declan. Thank you so much for making this amazing piece of software and website, Declan. Anyways, I'm a patron, so I have access to this thing, which is like a photographer's toolkit and whatnot. And part of that is this launch visibility map. So that is the approximate visibility of the of this launch tonight from various places. You can see like it's concentric rings that show a time after launch at which you can expect it to be visible. So hopefully that is useful to you. I keep trying to like eyeball this with Google Maps, and I'm like, what state is that up there at the top? Does anyone have a better? What is the upper boundary there? Is that like Delaware or?
Yeah, that's like Delaware and Maryland area.
Cool. So check that out, everybody. Thank you again to Declan Murphy and FlightClub.io. If you want to learn more about that thing, that is FlightClub.io. Super useful resource.
You know what, Jack? I think that's Declan's way of telling you that space knows no borders.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, can I toggle the thing where I can see states or something? But no, there are no borders in space. So yeah, good shout there, Julia.
We have a question coming in from the council who says, how often can you go to space? Which may be a discussion of how long can you stay in space too.
So the longest someone has stayed continuously in space was actually a Russian astronaut on the Mir space station. He stayed
Let's
for
meet
over
Chris,
a year.
the Inspiration4.
At 56.80, the propellant load go, no-go poll is now open.
Okay.
It's a really quick interjecting here. You are not going to hear the go, no-go poll, but it is now underway. SpaceX does it electronically over computers. There's no verbal callouts, but that is underway. And like we said, they need to have that poll done by about the T-minus 45-minute mark. So we're going to listen in and wait for that call out that it was complete and go to be given, at which point you will also hear a briefing from the launch director telling everyone basically the procedures in the event of an emergency in the Launch Control Center or a hold or anything like that. There's a big, long briefing. We'll listen in on that, and that'll be our cue that everything is go to proceed into propellant loading. So that's the call out you just heard.
And to the question, too, in terms of the number of times you can fly, Franklin Chang Diaz and Jerry Ross have each flown 7 individual missions. They both accomplished that on the shuttle. Russians stayed up there for over a year. We had the year in space missions earlier the previous decade. But it actually comes down to your radiation exposure and how your body actually reacts to the changes in microgravity. So basically, you can lifetime limit yourself with the amount of radiation that you can safely receive when you are in Earth orbit and not have like massively added risks of, well, from what we're talking about today, cancer, and everything like that. That's really one of the limiting factors at this point is just how your body reacts, how you do as a crew member and how you do your job up there, and then the radiation exposure that you get when you're up there. Which they're studying radiation exposure on this mission since they're going up much higher than the International Space Station.
A question here from Aman Sidapara, who asks, how did these people get selected for this?
So Jared Isaacman is the one who sponsored the flight. So he was announced from the very beginning, along with Haley Arsenault, who, when he knew he was partnering with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, he met her. So she was selected and did not win her seat. She was chosen to go as a representative for St. Jude. Cyan and Chris won it through the contests. So Cyan won hers through the there was like the Make a Project thing, where you had to submit a project, and that's how she won her seat. And then Chris Sembrowski won his, even though he applied and donated to St. Jude and applied through that way. He did not actually win it. His friend from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Oh, well, yes, but it was the story I heard was that it was someone from Embry-Riddle who won it and gave it to him. So, Thomas, did you hear differently?
I know his friend gave it to him. I know Chris himself is an Embry-Riddle alum, along with Jared Isaacman, so shout out to my two fellow Embry-Riddle people. But I don't know if his friend was or not. Maybe he was also, but I know Chris and Jared both are.
Well, great, awesome. There you go. But Chris's friend actually won it and turned it down himself and gave it to Chris because he knew it was Chris's lifelong dream to do it. So that's how they all got their seats. And you can see here as the sun sets, we are still under almost completely clear skies here at the Kennedy Space Center. In fact, directly over the launch site right now, there's just like really thin, wispy clouds, almost like a plane contrail went by, and it's still dispersing in the upper atmosphere. Gorgeous, gorgeous weather conditions here for liftoff. Everything's still tracking right on time. That fueling poll should actually be complete at this time. And having not heard anything, we'll stand by for the launch director's briefing here, which should be coming up momentarily before they pull the crew access arm away. But the crew access arm movement is the next thing to watch for. So definitely keep an eye out for that, because sometimes it does move before the T-minus 38-minute mark in the count. And also weather in our abort zones up the Atlantic and across the Atlantic near Ireland.
We're waiting for the launch director to give instructions to the team.
Complete, and the team is ready for crew access arm, propellant load, and launch. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD, and they'll approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. In the event of a fire alarm, key operators will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personnel safety is threatened, evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
There you've heard the instructions, and a great view from the camera on the fixed service structure looking down the crew arm.
And there you heard it. The launch director gave his briefing, and we are go for propellant loading operations. So we're going to move into two steps. Right before that begins, the crew access arm is going to retract, and there it goes. Crew access arm retract is underway. The arm giving way for Dragon. And now the Crew Dragon spacecraft will move into arming its launch escape system, and that will be the final step before propellant loading operations is underway. We're now into the part of the countdown where we're reminded this is a different mission. This is a human spaceflight mission. There are people on board. Crew access arm and launch escape system are in work.
Indeed for that. And for just some contextualization for the call that you just heard from the launch director when he was referring to fire alarms and the need to evacuate, that is in reference to the launch control team, which is in firing room 1 of the Launch Control Center here at the Kennedy Space Center. So in the event that a fire alarm were to sound in the Launch Control Center, the first thing everyone does is remain at their consoles until they can confirm whether or not it would be a situation where they needed to evacuate, and then they would take appropriate measures. But that's what the fire alarm specifically was in reference to there today. And you can see the crew access arm is in its pre-launch pullback position. And as we mentioned a little bit earlier, for those of you who have joined us since, at liftoff, there are 3 big visuals that happen with a crew flight with the Falcon 9. The first is the obvious big ball of light as the vehicle starts to lift off the pad, since it is a night launch here. The second is the big transporter erector, the big white frame that is currently vertical with the rocket. That will perform a throwback maneuver to the 45-degree position at T0 when the rocket starts to lift off. And also at T0 when the rocket starts to lift off, the crew access arm will swing completely back out of the way to its launch position to help protect it as the vehicle lifts off the pad. But at T-minus 41 minutes and counting here, what other questions do we have before we get into the fuel loading side of and the real
brand new suit up room located in the Falcon support building?
Access arm retraction complete.
Yeah, we only want to take a couple more questions. We're getting into the business end. Maybe we could do one more, Matt.
All right. So the team suited up at
are go for section 7 of 4.100. Close visors and arm the launch escape system.
I like this one here.
SpaceX, we're go for section 7 of 4.100. We're closing visors and arming LES.
All right. From Brian Driesman, will this be the longest period of time a crew has spent in a Dragon capsule?
Yes, because I believe all the crew flights were a day to get up there and a day to get back. So at 3 days, that's the longest a crew would be in a Dragon capsule. Because the Crew 1 return got delayed because of weather, as did DM2 originally, but they just stayed docked to the station until it was clear to come back. So I believe it's been a day to get there and a day to get back on each of them. So 3 days would be it, yeah. Unless I'm really misremembering something, but Julia's nodding her head with me.
Yeah,
so
John, you mentioned the launch escape system, and
launch escape system is verified armed.
All right, well,
and
we
there
are
you go.
at T40 now, and 193 raised.
193,000. 40 minutes to go. I mean, let's see this. I can't wait to see this number just spike as we get closer and hit liftoff.
Before we get too deep into all the really interesting events that are going to happen as we get closer into the rocket launch, just a quick reminder as to purpose here. Inspiration4 is raising money for St. Jude's Children's Cancer Research Hospital. It's a charity that you can donate to down at the bottom of your screen right there below the chat box. There's a window that says Donate Now. St. Jude does research for lots of different children's illnesses and cancer. They have helped raise the survival rate of children's cancers by about 80%. Really, really huge over the last 40 or 60, no, I think it's like 60 years that they've been in operation, something like that. Incredible program, and they also do treatment there as well. So we would love if you consider either spreading the word or donating if you can.
Yeah, I can't echo that enough. Just cancer's the worst thing. It's literally the worst thing. So please donate, help the kids. Help St. Jude help the kids.
And for, I'm sorry, go ahead, Jack.
Oh, I'm just thinking the sunset views that we've been getting are really nice. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, just for one final round of context here, since we are about 40 minutes out, and it's been about an hour and a half since we've done this before, go around and say whose voices you're hearing here on the That's Spaceflight stream. Chris, how are you?
I am doing just fine, Matt. My crew launch day nerves are where they're supposed to be for where we are in the countdown. So getting there.
That is Chris Gebhardt. Thomas Burkhardt, how are you?
Come back to him, he says. Come back to him, he says.
Wait, no, I got it. We're good. Sorry, my phone was having an issue. Hi, everybody. Thomas Burkhardt, also here at the press site for NASA Spaceflight. And yeah, I'm going to heavily concur with Chris. The nerves are starting to set in. Welcome to a human spaceflight launch day.
Also out in the field today, we have Julia Bergeron.
Hello, everybody. This is actually my very crew launch, so
we're having a little bit of problems hearing you. You sound auto-tuned, so we might need to come back to you.
Oh, interesting.
Anyway, Julia is fantastic, and she's out there. Jack Byer, incredible photographer and host extraordinaire. How are you?
Good. Ready to see some people blast into space. How about that? It's Human Spaceflight Day, like Thomas said.
And I am your other host out here. I'm Matt Anderson, also known as Bad News Baron. Very excited that you are all here today watching and supporting the Inspiration4 launch.
And you know what I'm also really excited about today? Because of the pandemic, this is the first time since July 8th of 2011 that I get to be standing here with my colleagues watching people leave from the Kennedy Space Center. I have not been able to do that for Demo 2, Crew 1, and Crew 2, and it's fantastic to be here with Thomas and Julia and Steven. I'm glad we finally get to share this together.
Likewise, Chris.
Much agreed.
195,000, and it's not only do you get to share it with everybody, the whole team there, you get to share it with Matt and I, and also everybody watching. It's really great, and we're up to 196. Look at that! It's amazing. Keep it coming, everybody. Keep doing your part.
Not Ryan Reynolds, stop it. I think we're going to crack 200 easily by T30, and maybe 250 by the time we launch.
250 would be amazing by launch. That's a really great goal.
So what's up next? What happens right after this? What's our closest?
Upload, right? Chris
Yes,
G?
in 50. Yes, sorry, I forgot. I had to unmute myself. Yes, in about 44 seconds from now, we'll be propellant loading. So I'm going to actually wait that 40 seconds because we will probably get some kind of a call out over the net right when it begins. But I do want to explain the propellant loading process because it is a little bit different in terms of how the stages are loaded from one another. But yeah, coming up here in about 26 seconds will be the start of fuel loading. So densified liquid oxygen and RP1 kerosene will both flow simultaneously into stage 1, beginning at T-minus 35 seconds. Also at that point, RP1 kerosene only will begin flowing into stage 2. RP1 kerosene load will be completed at T-minus 22 minutes. They'll purge the transporter erector lines in the big T-minus 20-minute vent. And then at T-minus 16 minutes, they will load the densified liquid oxygen onto stage 2. And then all of the propellant closeouts are completed between the 3.5-minute and the 2-minute mark prior to liftoff. And we've crossed that mark, so propellant loading is underway, and the auto sequence has also begun on the Falcon 9. So everything is choreographed. Teams are monitoring at this point, but basically at this point, it would be the auto sequence that would kick them out. Teams can manually abort if they need to, but the auto sequence would be what does it and what makes sure everything is happening in sequence. And then at the T-minus 1 minute mark, the auto sequence hands off to Falcon 9's onboard computers, and Falcon 9 actually assumes control of the countdown through that and then flight after liftoff. And SpaceX countdowns are very quiet, so the fact that we didn't hear anything at T-minus 35 on the net, but they just kept going, means that they started propellant loading.
How long will it take them to get into orbit? Once we have liftoff.
It is roughly an 8-minute, 45-second ascent for Falcon 9, and then they will be in orbit, in their initial parking orbit, and then they will coast together. The second stage and Dragon will actually coast together until about 11.5 or 12 to 12.5 minutes after liftoff, which is done to help the propellants that are left over in the second stage settle down so there are no weird oscillations, so that when Dragon is actually propelled off the top of the second stage, there's no accidental recontact between the trunk and the upper part of the second stage. So power descent is just under 9 minutes, and then they stay attached for another 2.5-ish minutes to let things, or 3.5-ish minutes to let things dampen out on orbit, and then they separate.
I believe we are just moments away from the big 200,000 raised here, just before T-minus 32. Just sort of waiting for that to tick over. I'm so excited.
That would definitely be, and I mean, an excitement galore. The press site is packed. So many people are here to watch them off. A lot of the people who participated in the contests for Inspiration4 got invited to come out to witness the launch. A lot of people who participated in fundraisers are here as well, and getting some wonderful VIP and up close views of the Falcon 9. And I really hope that for everyone who's here and who is on base at either the Saturn V Center, the Turn Basin, or the press site here at Kennedy, really, if you by chance are listening to us, really take a moment to live this moment, because you are as close to one of these vehicles as you can ever get when they leave the ground.
Chris, I need to interrupt you for just a second. At T-minus 32, $200,000 raised for St. Jude. Incredible. incredible job, everyone.
Wow.
Absolutely fantastic. Fantastic.
And it's still just streaming in. I mean, it's already at 201,000. It's still going.
Good.
It's just rapid fire. I'm so pleased
Yes.
to see this going so fast. Every little bit helps. Again, every dollar is going to go to St. Jude. None of it gets taken by YouTube cut. So even if you can only do $1, that's fantastic. If you can't do anything at all, that's fine. Share the stream. Share the Inspiration4 website, or just share the St. Jude website directly with people that you know, and get the word out. That's one of the best things that you can do.
You know what? Little bit of huge update. I'm trying to keep myself together here. Sorry. I just logged into our YouTube page, and this whole time we've been saying that this $202,000 number that you're seeing at the top of the screen is a amalgamation of all the streams that are set up the same way right now. And so it's everybody pulling together for that 202,000 number. But I just logged into our page, and I poked around, you guys. Any guesses how much we've raised so far? Just our stream.
At least $50.
Oh, I don't even want to guess, Jack.
Yes,
please. I wouldn't. 10?
60.
50,000.
$47,932.
Holy!
Oh my God!
Moly!
You
That
guys,
is incredible. You guys are amazing.
I'm trying really hard not to cry right now, but thank you everybody so much.
Oh my God!
We have 25,000 viewers right now.
Well
and
done.
we have raised 47,000. I just refreshed it again. 48,214. I mean, it just keeps skyrocketing. It's absolutely skyrocketing, and it's amazing.
We've got 29 minutes to get that to 50.
Thank you so much, everybody. Let's see how high we can make this number go.
You all are amazing. Amazing.
Wow, I'm speechless.
Julia's crying right now. She's robotic, but she's in tears right now. Thank you, all of you. I've never been prouder of our NSF community. Thank you.
Nope, not once. This is amazing.
Truly, thank you.
Earth's pretty good.
49,000. I'm just gonna keep watching this. This is amazing. Anyways, thank you.
And all of that is going to be immensely helpful to everything that this mission is trying to do.
Exactly.
And I want to point out, I know dueling things that we're looking at. Here, you can actually see some vapor starting to form around the Falcon 9's first stage as the densified propellant is being loaded into it. All good indications that everything is proceeding nominally. There is about 6 minutes left in RP1 kerosene load to the second stage. And then at the T-minus 20 minute and 22 second, that's when it technically happens, mark, is when we will see a big vent from the transporter erector, big white billowy cloud. That's totally normal. It's purging the transporter erector and getting ready for like that switchover of how they're going to then go load all the propellants for the liquid oxygen into the second stage after that. But things continuing to tick away very, very nicely as we head toward an 8:02 and 56 second liftoff here for Inspiration4.
There's also a lot of vapor condensing around my eyes right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions, Matt? We can kind of take questions. Thomas, would you like to take questions until like 10 minutes?
Yeah, we can do a couple minutes here, sure.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and do that. Here's a little trivia bit for you. Matt Hollis asks, which astronaut is famous for having written his daughter's initials on the moon?
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
His daughter's initials? I know Neil Armstrong took something of one of his kids to the moon. Charlie Duke? Julia says Charlie Duke. That rings a bell for her. I don't actually know off the top of my head.
I should know this. I just listened to the Apollo book by, oh my god, I can't even remember his name. I just listened to like 36 hours of content. I should remember this.
I mean, what's so cool about that, though, is that those initials are still there. Like, that's the mind-blowing thing about it. Since there's no wind and no erosion, they're still there.
Brian Tweed asks, is there going to be a live press conference with the crew when in orbit?
It was Eugene Cernan. Sorry, Eugene Cernan was who did it.
When on orbit.
Eugene Cernan was the one who wrote his Eugene Cernan. Yep. Yeah. What was the other question there, Matt? Sorry.
Is there going to be a live press conference with the crew when on orbit?
Oh gosh, yes. They've got some special things planned. There'll definitely be briefings and opportunities to talk to them while they're up, and media, or just not even media events, but maybe just like hello world events from them up there. Most definitely.
Here's a just an easy one here for Matt Hollis. Does sound travel faster in space? The answer there is no, because there's no medium for it to travel through. You need something to conduct the sound in order for it to travel.
And speaking of sound and how long it travels, so we will see Falcon 9 lift off, and then about 7-8 seconds later is when the sound wave will actually hit us here at the press site from 5 kilometers away. So really cool to always see that in action.
And as a reminder, if you do have a whole bunch of just general SpaceX technical related questions, we do have a live stream that goes all the time, 24/7 here in the channel. And on Saturdays, we do NASA Spaceflight Live, where you can tune in and ask all sorts of questions about all the different news events that have happened in the week. And we always dedicate a bit of time to that, to SpaceX and the other programs as well, to get your general Starship and Falcon questions out of the way.
$55,000.
There you go. What an incredible community this is.
Yeah, there's been lots of talk on our streams of breaking, quote unquote, breaking Jack with high dollar donations, or in previous cases, contributions to what we do. But this is truly, I have no words. I have no words. This is astounding. 56,251 now. I'm so floored that we were able to figure out what our specific contribution actually was. That kind of makes it even more fun.
Jack normally has a lot of words, so crush him, chat. Let's see. Do you know? How do you know the heading the vehicles will launch at?
Because we know the orbital inclination that they are going to. So based on your orbital inclination, that determines your azimuth or compass heading, the direction that you actually head out of Kennedy. So like if you were going into a 28.6 degree inclination orbit, which is the latitude here at the Kennedy Space Center, you would go on a 90 degree azimuth due east out of here. So for a 51.6 degree inclination, which is where they're going today, it is the ISS's inclination, but they're not going to the space station. It's like 43.9 degrees on the compass is the heading that you head out of here on to get into that particular inclination. So that's how you determine the heading. And the rockets kind of adjust their heading too as they're launching to maintain their proper alignment as they're to get into the exact inclination that they need to.
Thank you very much for the answer. Maria Elena asks, when they land, will they splash down, land on a boat, or land on land?
Yes, so Dragons have to land in the water. So they will land in one of 7 locations. There are 3 in the Atlantic Ocean: Cape Canaveral, Daytona Beach, and Jacksonville. I don't think that Thomas. I don't think you're muted.
Thomas.
Yeah, so Dragons have to land in the water. There are 3 locations off Florida: Cape Canaveral, Daytona, and Jacksonville. And then there are 4 out in the Gulf of Mexico where they can come down into. So far, the Dragons have only landed in the Gulf, but that's just been because weather in the Atlantic has not been acceptable at the end of their missions. But that's where they would come down and splash down at the end of their mission.
Let's see here. We've got a thank you from Lost Astronaut, who says, thank you guys for this stream. Much love. Thank you for your work and dedication. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching and supporting the stream, and for the Inspiration4 support as well. And I can tell you that what we do is absolutely nothing compared to what the crews over at SpaceX and what the staff of St. Jude are doing right now. So that's really who I want to focus on there. We have a question here. The crew has their helmets shut now. What point did they do that? Are they locked in place and pressurized, or is it in the capsule, or both? It's a question about when the helm is actually put into position and closed.
Gotcha. So that was right after the go for propellant loading poll was completed at the T-minus 45-minute mark. They asked the crew to lower their visors, lock their visors in preparation for activation of the launch escape system. So that is when they that is when they close and lock their visors. And if you are a fan of the shuttle program, that would be close and lock your visors and initiate O2 flow is what you were used to hearing. But that's what that's the timeline that it takes place on the Falcon.
You said shuttle. Everybody donate $1. Speaking of, we're at $58,892. We're coming up on $60,000 just from our stream alone. And it's a whopping, eye-popping $236,000 total across the SpaceX stream and ours and the others that are doing this fundraiser. But just from us so far, I think did we just break?
Did we just break another one?
Yeah, we broke 59, so we're rapidly approaching 60,000, which is just eye-popping, y'all.
Rocket. Yes.
I cannot express the insanity with which you all are participating in this. Thank you.
Every dollar is fuel for the SpaceX rocket, or the NASA spaceflight rocket.
Yes, indeed. And man, breaking 59K for St. Jude right as the T-minus 20-minute event began, which is our signal from the Falcon 9 that all is well.
And we broke 60.
And we broke 60. But this event that you are seeing right now on the Falcon 9 means that Falcon 9 is happy and healthy and is a nice little good rocket sitting on our pad right now. So all continuing to look really, really good. And my gosh, breaking 60K.
250K raised total. You can tell Thomas he met his goal.
Fantastic.
Thomas,
his goal.
You met your goal. Over $250,000 total. 60 of that is us.
Now, when this thing launches, that's when things are going to go rapid fire.
Yes, I want to see this thing pop at launch, you guys. I'm going to be refreshing it at launch, just clicking refresh.
How many in chat are holding off on their donation until we get to T0?
Yeah, I would be curious to know. I hope a good chunk of people are waiting until T0, and I hope we see a really healthy spike there. I'm so proud of y'all. I'm so proud of all of our viewers. $60,000. Way to go, everybody. Keep it up.
My goodness. And at 18 and a half minutes and counting, things continuing to look very good here for the Falcon 9. Matt, any other questions that we could do here until probably for the next 8 minutes or so?
Sure. We have a question here from Logan Keller, who asks, what is RP1 kerosene?
That is a great question. So it is so RP1 is basically just rocket grade kerosene. So kerosene, kerosene fuel, but just made for rockets instead. And the RP is actually the Russian designation for kerosene. So RP1, that's what we use for that.
Okay. Another quick question from Matt Hollis, who asks, do software engineering teams of Falcon and Dragon play any role on the actual launch day?
Can you repeat that? I think I caught it.
Sure. Do the software engineering teams of Falcon and Dragon play any role on the launch day?
So they'll be monitoring, and if there are any hiccups, they would be looking for any real-time things that might be going on. They do have roles on launch day and throughout the mission. Most certainly, yes.
Did we miss the T-minus 20-minute event?
We
didn't.
It's happening right now, Jack, actually.
Okay, good.
Yeah. No, it happened right when we were breaking 59 and 56K.
Got it. 62 right now. 62,000. Holy cow, you guys.
I mean, just thank you all. I truly have never been prouder of our community.
Me either.
And we have a wonderful rocket on the pad and a wonderful mission ahead of us. Matt, what are some other questions we've got from folks here as we continue to head into the business end of the countdown now.
We've got one that I can actually answer. The dummy can answer one. Has the spacecraft flown before? And the answer is yes, sort of, no. Both pieces, so the capsule and the booster both flown before, but they have not flown together, and the capsule has not flown in this configuration, so it's old and new.
And the second stage is brand new, as all of the second stages on the Falcon 9s are.
It's a mishmash.
It is, yes.
What is the flight duration from Jeb Kerman? Jeb, big fan of your work.
Jeb, hello. I actually just flew a mission with you the other day. Anyway, KSB joke. Anyway, moving on. 3 days is the planned mission duration, approximately 3 days. But at this point, we do not have the specific day and time of splashdown. That will be determined after they're in orbit.
Let's see. From Linux user, will SpaceX ever do a crewed polar orbit? I don't know that there's really much need for that, is there?
Well, on these private missions like this, if you're not rendezvousing with the station, you could theoretically do a human polar orbit mission. One of the biggest hurdles that it would be moving and repositioning a lot of the recovery assets in case there is an abort. I have a very strong sneaking suspicion that the reason we're going into a 51.6 degree inclination orbit today is because they can utilize all of the same downrange abort recovery forces that they do for the NASA missions, which would already be positioned more or less where they need to be. But in terms of precluding it, I can't think of a thing that would preclude a human polar mission from happening aside from just having your recovery forces ready for it.
And we have kind of a fun question here that can be opened a little bit to interpretation. Oh man, here it is. From June Johnson. What force do you need to break through the atmosphere?
What force do you need to break through the
atmosphere?
atmosphere?
Yeah, and I would assume that would mean what delta V would you need to get through the lower parts of the atmosphere and be considered to be in space? I know that you could say that nobody has actually ever left the atmosphere fully.
How much delta V do you need to get? Okay, well, that's going to be slightly different for each rocket, and it's going to be different for each mission, because your delta V is like there's a certain your delta V is your velocity change, right? So like you need a velocity change of 7.8 kilometers per second to get into low Earth orbit. How much of that is accomplished during or by the booster that hauls you out of the dense lower atmosphere is actually pretty dependent on each individual rocket, in terms of how much delta V the first versus the second stages have with one another. So it's kind of dependent on the rocket. And then of course there's that really tricky to get into space. Well, is that 80 kilometers or is that 100 kilometers? Because that's a bit different, but it's kind of mission dependent, but you need a delta V of 7.8 kilometers per second to get into low Earth orbit.
And just worth pointing out, we have a whole bunch of people watching from a whole bunch of different backgrounds, and it is probably worth saying that the atmosphere you don't really break through at any point. It just sort of gets thinner and thinner and thinner as it stretches out. And my little kind of comment joke earlier is one of my favorite fun facts is actually the geocorona extends out past the moon of the Earth. So
yes,
you could say that no human has ever really left Earth's atmosphere yet.
That you could in some way definitely say that. Yeah, I kind of like that, and to sort of bring that home into a way that might make a little bit more sense or help people contextualize what we mean by that. So your atmospheric drag, right? Because you never really get out of the atmosphere, you just get out of the discernible atmosphere, basically. But at 200 kilometers, where this will first go into tonight, if you don't raise your orbit, if you don't have any means of like continuing to reboost yourself, at 200 kilometers, you're coming back in within about 2 weeks. At the orbit of the International Space Station at 415 kilometers, you're coming back in within like a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years. The Hubble telescope at 540 is on a decades-long timescale, and 575, where they're going, would be even longer than Hubble. So like the farther up you go, the more time it takes for the atmosphere to slow you down and drag you back down toward the planet. And the closer you are, the lower your orbit, the more atmospheric drag you have, so the quicker that happens. And that's why periodically we need to reboost the International Space Station, and that's why the shuttle flights to Hubble boosted its orbit as well, to keep it in that stable operational altitude. So hopefully that sort of helps you visualize, like, as you go further out, you never really get out of the atmosphere, like you were saying, Matt. It just gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner the farther away you go.
And I think here's probably a good question, because we're coming up on T12 here, to sort of finish this off for the day. Mike Hennigar asks, what do you think would be going through your head if you were sitting in the rocket right now? Chris?
I would be, if I was not in the commander or pilot seat, I would just be going like, I can't believe I'm here, I can't believe I'm here, I can't believe I'm here. That's basically what I would be doing right now. And just hoping for no technical issue in the final few minutes. Because, that's a ride of a life that they're about to take.
What about you, Jack?
65. Sorry, I'm $6,500 or $65,000 now raised from everybody.
Yes, all the numbers.
263,000 total. I'm just flabbergasted. What was the question? I can't even focus.
What would be going through
sitting
your
in
head
the
if you were
Dragon
sitting
right
on
now?
the rocket right now? And I think the answer is that you're just blown away. Even on the rocket, you'd probably be blown away by the fundraising amount.
Yep. I'd brain mush, whether I was on a rocket or whether I'm looking at this number right now from everybody. So thank you everybody for doing your part. Maybe I would just be like humming the waiting game song or whatever. It's like, what's the song that Homer like hums to his head when he's like waiting in his car? It's like Little Spanish Flea or something like that. Yeah, that's what I would just be humming a tune in my head. Nice and calm. Definitely not super anxious. Definitely not slightly freaking out about going into space.
And we are approaching the 10-minute mark in the countdown. So we are definitely at the business end of this countdown. So let's...
Dragon, SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, our displays are configured for launch.
Copy that, Dragon. And it has been an absolute honor to prepare you for this historic flight. Today, you are truly inspiring the world. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
And some words between the crew and mission control. Another tradition kept for this mission and this new era. But in the business end of our countdown, let's talk about what happens in the next 9 minutes. So at the T-minus 7-minute mark, we will have engine chill down. So this is when some of the densified liquid oxygen that's already been pumped into stage 1 will be allowed to trickle down into the 9 Merlin 1D engines to start thermally conditioning them for liftoff, because right now they're the temperature of they're not at cryogenic temperatures. They need to be slowly brought down to cryogenic temperatures to prepare them for ignition, because you don't want to take them from like a pseudo ambient temperature to negative, hundreds of degrees Fahrenheit and centigrade in an instant. So we bleed a little bit of propellant into those engines to thermally condition them. That starts at T-minus 7 minutes. From about the 5.5-minute mark to 2.5-minute mark, you'll hear various closeouts. You'll hear RP1 locks and RP1 closeouts. I said RP1 twice. You'll hear RP1 and locks closeouts on both of the two stages being confirmed in that time frame. About 4.5 minutes prior to liftoff, the transporter erector, which is the big white strong back that's still bracing the rocket right now, will pull back from 90 degrees to 88.5 degrees. Then at T-minus 1 minute, the Falcon 9 will take control of its countdown in what is known as Falcon 9 is in startup. The Falcon 9 will also then pressurize its propellant tanks to flight levels in preparation for liftoff. And then at T-minus 45 seconds, we will get the final go for launch call from the launch director here in the firing room at the Kennedy Space Center. And all of that will lead to the commands to be sent to light the 9 Merlin 1D engines in sequence, starting at the T-minus 3-second mark. The engines will ramp up to full thrust very quickly, and after about a second of health checks, if everything is fine, at T0, the vehicle will be released from the pad, and up they will go to start their mission. So that's what we have to look forward to in the next 7 minutes, as well as some other call-outs from the launch team.
And I think we'd be remiss at this point not to just do a quick little ask. If you have enjoyed the last few hours of sitting around waiting for this thing to go, answering questions, all the content that we provide, feel free to follow the channel and come back anytime you'd like. We've got 24/7 streams going all the time and a weekly question and answer show that goes on every Saturday, as well as coverage of as many live launches as we can possibly get to. So we'd love to have you back.
68,000. I have no words. I have no words. $68,000, you all. I let's go to space. Let's go to space with
those
Inspiration4
big numbers,
and send this thing to the moon as we get closer and closer to launch. Just 6.5 minutes to go. Oh my gosh.
I can't even count that high.
I don't have enough fingers and toes.
No. I tried counting on Jack's toes too, but he thought it was weird, so I kind of stopped counting at 16.
Which was nice. I was glad you stopped.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. We're gonna need a bigger abacus.
A bigger abacus, I love it. And we have crossed the 6-minute mark here. Next major event is the partial retract of the Strongback, up here in a couple of minutes. You can see all those vapors flowing from the Falcon 9. A nice wind out of the south tonight here.
It really wasn't looking like this before. The more money we raise, the more of an epic skin it unlocks for the rocket, and it just gets more and more impressive to look at.
Indeed it does. Indeed it does. So just a reminder for those of you joining us as we approach the 5-minute mark in the count, liftoff is timed for 8:02 and 56 seconds Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Daylight Time, 2 minutes 56 seconds after midnight UTC. They are headed northeast out of the Kennedy Space Center up the coast of the U.S. into a 51.6-degree inclination orbit. They will go to a finalized orbit of 575 kilometers, the highest that a U.S. crew has gone in low Earth orbit in terms of like the apogee and the perigee both being 575. There was a Gemini flight that went farther, but its perigee was a bit closer. Definitely higher than Hubble and definitely higher than any of the shuttle missions went. So some good scientific experiments on board, also studying the effects of radiation at that altitude on the human body and on human spaceflight.
I know we've had a couple of civilian launches this year, but this one is just absolutely historic. 4 minutes away. What are you thinking, Chris?
My standard launch day nerves are here. At this point, for me, it's the same as if any other 4 people were in that capsule. We wish Jared, Cyan, Chris, Haley, I know you're not listening to us, but have the time of your life, do amazing science and amazing work up there for us. Have the trip of your life, and we will see you all back here in 3 days. Good luck. And my word, are we all rooting for you on this
Retraction.
one.
There we go.
Will do.
69,000. $69,000 with 3 minutes to go. I want to see this number pop, y'all.
That thing's moving back.
Two and a half minutes to go. Fuel loading is closing out at this point, and the transporter erector and the ground support equipment at Pad A are being purged and inerted to prepare them for liftoff at this time. Next major milestone at this point is coming up at the T-minus 1 minute mark in the countdown, when the Falcon 9 will take control of the countdown in what is known as startup and will pressurize its propellant tanks for liftoff.
71,000.
Godspeed to the crew, indeed. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Oh, I was going to do that. Darn it. I just want to say good luck. We're all counting on you.
Crossing the 90-second mark now. All systems still good aboard the Falcon 9 and the Crew Dragon. Resilience making its second trip to space today, and the booster, the first stage booster, making its third launch and its first crew mission. Under the minute mark now, Falcon 9 has control of the countdown. The tanks are pressing for flight at this time. We have crossed the 30-second mark until liftoff. Standing by now for the command to light the Merlin 1D engines at Team by liftoff. And here we go in the final 10 seconds of the countdown for Inspiration4. We have Merlin engine ignition and liftoff of the Falcon 9 with Inspiration4. Go, everyone! Woohoo!
Starting to get that nice audio coming through, too.
Absolutely epic start to the launch for Inspiration4, right on time. Wow, you could feel that here on the ground. Absolutely epic as first stage flight continues here.
Just a gorgeous trail. Of course, as the atmosphere gets thinner, those flames spread out more and more.
They are breaking into daylight now in the contrail from our viewpoint here. All right, and coming up, you will see momentarily the shutdown of the first stage, and we have seen from the ground the ignition of the second.
Wow, good in the jellyfish.
It's doing the jellyfish. It is doing the jellyfish in the night sky.
There you go.
Look at that.
Never to miss a good PR move.
Oh my gosh, the Falcon 9 is doing the jellyfish in the evening sky. We can clearly see the first and second stages. Thomas with a great track there for us. Absolutely incredible. I have never seen this jellyfish at night here in Florida in the evening. Absolutely incredible. Performance is right on target so far for the stages. You can see the cold gas thrusters firing. Oh my gosh, look at those firings of the first stage booster as it's reorienting itself. Oh my gosh.
Just reminded of that moat in a sunbeam line.
This is incredible. Excellent tracking shot, Thomas. Excellent tracking shot. You can see now there the second stage continuing on its way to orbit. The first stage still pulsing those cold gas thrusters in the upper atmosphere. What an incredible light display that is going on here right now for the launch.
Inspiration4 is certainly living up to its name yet again.
And Thomas is currently following stage 1 right now. So you are watching stage 1 on the right with our camera, and you are watching stage 2 on the left with the SpaceX camera. Thomas is going to follow that first stage, because what we know is that if it doesn't go behind a cloud, we will be able to see that entry burn, or should be able to see that entry burn of that stage. But my gosh, the arrow-like contrail that the second stage is leaving in the atmosphere is absolutely incredible. Of course, everything's still going to plan on the actual mission itself as the second stage continues to power Cyan, Chris, Jared, and Haley onto Earth orbit.
Thomas, this is an absolutely amazing job. Don't say anything. Don't talk to me. Don't even think about what I'm saying. Just keep doing exactly what you're doing. Seeing these cold gas thrusters pulse from the perspective of someone on the ground in Kennedy Space Center is absolutely beautiful. I'm so thankful that I get to see this view, because as you can see, while SpaceX on the left side of the screen there is bringing us some amazing views, it's sort of perspective of the rocket. And looking at this through your camera there, Thomas, is exactly what you would be seeing if you were on the ground, right? And it's beautiful. This effect is beautiful, and I hope everybody up and down the coast that is in the cone of visibility for this launch is just dazzled right now and inspired. And I hope this really raises the awareness for everybody of the
truly
mission.
Is just some of the most beautiful launch footage I've ever seen. That is otherworldly.
And I mean, Jack, we talked about it earlier on the stream, and like, would it do the jellyfish? Would it not? I've never seen it do the jellyfish in the evening here in Florida. That was amazing to see.
Hey man, they timed the launch exactly perfectly. I think it's safe to say that. I don't know if they intentionally went for jellyfish, but sure, I would believe it if you told me they did. That was excellent. That was absolutely excellent. Guess what our number is right now post launch of what we have as a NASA spaceflight community contributed to St. Jude.
Where are we at?
Have we gotten to 70?
Yes.
80.
We are at $79,324.
Oh my God.
We're just about to hit 80, so let's push us over the top, guys. Thank you so much, everybody, for your generosity. That is an absolutely mind-bending number as the Inspiration4 continues to climb into orbit.
And as they continue to climb into orbit, the first stage is falling back to Earth and is about to do its entry burn. So the entry burn is a 3-engine firing of 3 of the Merlin engines on the base of the Falcon 9's first stage that serves to both slow it down as it re-enters the atmosphere and limit the heating that it undergoes as it comes back in and down towards the drone ship. Just read the instructions, which is stationed about 600-ish kilometers north of here. And there's the entry burn. We see it very clearly. Right now, we do see it very clearly, the entry burn underway. and dropping downward for the horizon. There you see it on Thomas. Thomas has the track of it. Wonderful track. Wonderful track. That was the entry burn from hundreds of kilometers downrange. Seeing that entry burn as it heads toward the drone ship, absolutely incredible. And you can see, and now you can see the SpaceX footage of that. And you can see the second stage continuing onward to orbit now. Very, very close to orbital insertion there. We're crossing 20,000 kilometers per hour. We're aiming for about 28,000 kilometers per hour is the velocity target there, roughly. Look at the glow of that first stage, of that second stage engine there. And the first stage will be landing here shortly on Just Read the Instructions, and we should be able to see that too.
We've been getting intermittent onboard views during launch, and it's just exactly what everything I hoped for. It's so cool to see those onboard views. And they're giving like thumbs up. It looks like they're just hanging out like in the back of a car on their way to the mall. It's obviously way more involved than that, but all appearances that this is a lovely ride for them.
It is. I'll never forget what Bob and Doug said after Demo 2's launch, where they kind of both had to look at each other and go, did we lift off? Like, it was that smooth, they said. Incredible. Approaching engine cutoff. There it is. Engine cutoff on stage 2. Velocity targets look about right from that at 27,300. You can see the crew inside. Experience all 4 of them experiencing weightlessness for the first time. The sensation of weightlessness for the first time in orbit. Oh.
Where's the indicator? Is that the indicator right there?
So far,
we
and
see it over on the right.
Booster coming down. There's the drone ship. There's the drone ship. And we have...
A few have come before and many are about to follow. The door's opening now, and it's pretty incredible.
Saying something about the door opening, and it's really incredible.
Yeah, the door to access to space and having this be a thing that everybody can do.
The International Space Station is going overhead. The ISS is going overhead. Oh my God!
Nice. They're in space.
There it goes. There goes the ISS, and Inspiration4 is in space. Oh.
You can see the 0G indicator. Do we know what that is?
Fantastic visual. Oh, did she pull it out?
Yeah, she's got it out. She's bouncing it around. It looks like a little lamb or a sheep or something.
Aww. Kinda does, doesn't it? All right, so what we are standing by now, you can see the next major event on here is spacecraft separation. Now, a question that's probably arising is why do they wait so long after the second stage shuts off its engines and they're actually in a safe and stable orbit before they separate? And the reason for that is because there's still some propellant left over in the second stage after they reach orbit. So they like to let that propellant settle down so it's not sloshing around in the tanks, so that way there's no accidental recontact with Dragon's trunk upon separation. So that's why they wait a little bit longer than we're normally used to seeing once the propulsive phase of ascent is completed. And man, the visual here from the Kennedy Space Center is the ISS just gets smaller and smaller on the horizon. What an incredible coincidence for the ISS, for the launch to have gone right when it did, and the ISS to come over 9 minutes later. Incredible. Standing by now for Dragon separation.
Truly been the most incredible launch I've ever seen. Just amazing. I mean, super quiet because I'm honestly speechless. This entire thing has been gorgeous. It's been affirming to see chat donate so much.
They are now in orbit around Earth, and there you can see on your screen Dragon separation confirmed. So that is the Dragon trunk.
Dragon on the left of the Falcon 9 team for safety.
We gave you a great ride to orbit. Enjoy your time on orbit, and we look forward to you flying again with SpaceX.
Wow. Every aspect of
And copy that, Gers. We really appreciate everyone's help back in LCC.
You know what? I did not expect Dragon spacecraft separation to get me. That was cool. Oh, Julia, that's fantastic. Julia's showing me one of the photos she got.
Post it.
Wonderful.
Post it,
She's
Julia,
trying. Oh my gosh. 13 minutes after a successful liftoff of the first all-private astronaut mission in history, the first human orbital space launch from the U.S. that NASA was
that
not
we
involved in.
are anticipating is the opening.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
We're going to open up that nose cone.
They're going to open up the nose cone soon. Yep. But 13 and a half minutes after a successful liftoff here, just absolutely incredible. 4 regular people like us are in space. That's amazing. That's amazing.
The youngest American in space. Now
the youngest American to reach space. This second youngest person in history to reach orbit, as well. Incredible at 29. What an incredible accomplishment for her and for all of them, no matter how old they are. What a dream come true for them. In this moment, you can see that little 0G indicator floating around there in the cabin. It's going to be an incredible 3 days for them, and I can't wait to see what they have to say about the experience, and I can't wait to see what the scientific experiments that they conduct on orbit are able to show us.
And with that successful
Really
launch,
incredible.
we are so close to 300,000 raised for St. Jude, which was the purpose of the Inspiration4 mission. There's a lot to love about this flight. The mission, there's a lot of incredible historical things happening around it. But the main goal, the why, is to raise money for St. Jude's Children's Cancer Research Hospital. And almost 300,000 raised now, just during the live stream, across the different live streams. What's our number at now? Just in our stream, Jack?
$81,726 from all of you.
81,000 just from NASA spaceflight viewers. You are all incredible.
Incredible.
And you are just as inspiring to me as that gorgeous, breathtaking rocket that we just saw go up.
I can't say enough. Those who know me well know that I am very, very seldom rendered speechless. Words can truly not express how proud I am of our NASA spaceflight community. This was incredible. Thank you.
I know I'm kind of new around here, but you guys have really built something, huh?
Credit to our community.
That's what I was talking. I was talking to them, not you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But I mean, I'm
it's all the viewers.
Seriously, credit to our community. I mean, on that one, you all are not just for this, but in every aspect of how we operate. You all are amazing. From all the conversations I see in our Discord every single day with everyone, to the questions you ask on streams, to the immense generosity today. We just love nerding out and showing this all to you, and I'm incredibly grateful that not only do you all continue to come back, but especially today. Just thank you. I'm babbling now because I don't know what to say. Thank you.
I'm right there with you. I'm just going to babble myself for a minute here. We're now at 82,000, which is insane. 83. I just refreshed it. $83,000 raised from us. We've broken through cumulatively 302,000 now raised for St. Jude, and I'm just speechless. Thank you so much, everybody. You're all awesome.
And I do just want to pass along Thomas Burkhart. Also, he's having some technical issues getting back into comms, but from him to his outright sincere thank you to everyone too today. Wanted to make sure you knew that.
I'd also like to say that if you would like to become a more permanent member of this community, you are more than welcome to join us every day of the week here. We have 24/7 live streams going on. Just follow the channel, and you can just come back and hang out with us. Also, where are Julia's pictures going to be going? I know she got some incredible photos of the launch.
Yes, she is in the process of editing them and will be getting them uploaded to her Twitter account.
What account is that, so we can have that?
That is what I'm desperately looking over at her. Julia, what's your Twitter account? I think we can put the tag up on the screen, actually, for her. She is deep in editing right now.
Sorry, Chris, I'm on air now. I cannot put Julia's name on screen because I am busy buying a plushie.
That is
okay.
Michael Baylor, everyone, by the way.
That is Michael Baylor. Let me look up Julia's hash. Let me look up Julia's
If you want to buy a plushie, somebody put the link in chat.
What are we talking? What plushie?
The 0G indicator can be bought online.
Oh, Haley's 0G indicator. Yes. Julia is at Julia_Bergeron on Twitter. At Julia_Bergeron. So that's where you'll be able to see her. Yes, and at NASA Spaceflight Actual will retweet her as well. Yes, of course.
And Chris, where can people find you?
I am at ChrisG_NSF on Twitter.
Jack?
I am the Jack Beyer on Twitter, and I still can barely even talk. But I'm not going to be posting any cool photos. That's all going to be Steven and Julia, and I'm excited to see what they come up with.
And Thomas is at TGMetsFan98. Mets as in the New York Mets.
Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. If you want, you can go on the St. Jude website and buy the 0G indicator, and it supports St. Jude. So that's what I was doing.
Fantastic. I think something we'll all be doing later tonight, too. Yep.
Already did it. Thanks, Apple Pay. This feed not sponsored by Apple Pay.
Well,
Matt, we got your info on screen.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, at Bad News Baron. I am far less interesting than these amazing people, though. I just have bad jokes. That's the bad news.
And an amazing voice, like a buttery, velvety voice.
I'm just trying to get that Aviation Gin sponsorship one of these days. They'll see my worth.
So here we are. We're 20 minutes after a successful liftoff. The crew is in orbit. What should our plan be here for our stream? Is it time to start? Is it time to start wrapping it up here?
We're at $85,471 raised from our stream.
Wow,
incredible!
309 total.
Incredible.
Do we have any views from the cupola, or when they open that up?
So they'll be in orbital darkness for about the next 20 minutes or so, before they break back into orbital daylight. So I don't know how much of that we're going to get to see in the immediate future, or like in the immediate next few minutes. But that is something that they said was going to happen. But right now we have, even though he's not here, this is Doss's favorite view on launch day.
Thank you. I was just thinking that this is the view we always want to see on launch day, is an empty pad, right? That's what he always says.
Exactly. A nice empty pad and a vehicle in orbit is a good day at a space center. Yep. I guess we will go around. We can go around the horn and start wrapping up and everything for today. From my end, for all of you who joined us today, if you were here from the moment we went live just after 3:30. Out through liftoff, whenever you joined us today, thank you so much. I really can't say anything more than through this incredible community at NASA Spaceflight today was able to raise over $85,000 for pediatric cancer research in St. Jude. That is absolutely incredible. And
just 86. We just hit 86.
86. I mean, absolute thank you to everyone who donated to this amazing cause today and will continue to do so. This is what this is what it's all about. Science, helping others, getting different perspectives of the planet. This is all what the Inspiration4 mission is going to do and has set out to do, and they are 23 minutes into that mission, and I can't wait to see what the next 3 days hold for them. I know Thomas is not able to get back onto comms, but I will hand my headset to him so that he can sign off and say goodbye to you.
Hey guys, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in. A huge thank you to everyone who donated. I know overall, I think we were up near 300,000 total. And then from us alone, 85,000. I'm sorry, 87,000. Sorry, my apologies.
86 right now.
86. Thank you, Jay. Just a huge thank you to everyone who donated. Obviously, that's what this mission's all about. This mission had a very special message of we can continue to explore space while continuing to solve problems here on Earth. And I think we want to continue spreading that as best we can. And just thank you all for participating in that. A big thank you to the entire NASA Spaceflight team joining here, Chris Gebhardt, Julia Bergeron, Stephen Marr, and then back in the studio, Jack, Matt, and Michael. A huge thank you to the entire team that made our coverage possible. And just thank you everyone for tuning in and participating in this very special moment. I think it'll be the first of many. So yeah, thanks everyone for watching.
Any closing thoughts for us as we end up the stream?
Jack, your name's up.
Oh, hey, it's me. First off, I'm speechless because even though I'm talking, the amount of money that you all have put together to help fight childhood cancer and help St. Jude, help families is astounding. If you had asked me before this stream how much we'd be able to raise, I would have never guessed anything close to $86,000. It's absolutely madness, and I want everybody to be happy about that. I'm of course extremely happy about that. In a lot of ways, this feels like a launch that's similarly historic to the first crewed launch. What was that, Demo 2? But in a lot of ways, this feels even better. This feels like an even better milestone. And Chris, I see you unmuting. I mean, feel free to chip in, but I just think this is a really great moment. And way to go, everybody, for making it about helping kids. And I'm sure a lot of us have experienced various illnesses in the family or situations that are similar, whether it was cancer or not. Growing up, my brother had Crohn's disease, and it had a profound effect on my family and on his life and on all of our lives. And to think of having an organization like St. Jude at that time, it would have been amazing. And I'm glad it exists, and I'm glad we've all been able to contribute so much. And in the course of having our normal nerdery and watching something in a crew fly into space, just way to go, everybody. Way to go. Thanks.
And I know that Julie was having some mic problems earlier. I don't know if she's able to sign off.
Well, let's see. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Hi. Why, hello. I'm along the same lines as Jack. I really don't have words. But I do have pictures, and I'll be sharing those pictures actually right now. This was an amazing experience to share with my NSF family and all of you online. And thank you all so much for how much you have done tonight. I always knew we had a great community, and you guys really, really showed it tonight. So thank you. And I look forward to watching them come home too.
And Michael has been our incredible operator today. Michael, thank you so very much.
No problem. Glad to be here. And I think I told my bosses that my goal, well, we were discussing before the launch what our fundraising goal should be, and I recommended 5K. And I'm looking right now at 88K. So good job, everyone.
And Dos Valdez is out there somewhere in the field doing DOS things. I don't know if he's around or not, but as always, a thank you to him. I'm one of your other hosts. I'm Matt, and it has been one of the greatest pleasures of my tiny little broadcasting career so far to be a part of this and to be among such an incredible community. I'm deeply, deeply inspired to what you all have done today by what SpaceX has done, and this whole program as a whole. Space is kind of amazing. And I think with that, we can go ahead and end up the broadcast. Where are we going after this?
Starbase Live?
Starbase Live. Our 24/7 stream. We hope to see you there. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much for joining us.
Really quick, sorry, we just broke 89,000. Way to go, everybody.
And
We
who
gotta
knows,
do 90.
Maybe by the end of the day we'll get to 100. Who knows? I'm gonna put it out there. All right. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next time.
We're at 89,400. Do we want to stick around for 90? Come on, everybody.
Yeah, we got to stick around for 90.
Come on.
We got to.
We're less than 500 away from 90. Let's just hit 90 and we'll call it a night. I don't want to be greedy here, but it just seems like we're so close.
You're right. We're just going to sit here until you throw money at the screen.
Just dead air. Nothing but dead air.
Yep. Just imagine it's a staring contest going on through voice.
I suspect that's not the best motivator. $90,194. All right, I'll shut up now. Thank you so much.
All right, 90,000 raised out of a total of 340 raised. A significant chunk of today's cumulative total raised through you guys. Thank you so much. We will see you.
It's insane. It's insane.
I mean,
you don't have to stop after the stream's over. You can always.
We could just threaten them and say we're not going to get off the air until we get to 100,000, and that'll be the torture.
I don't think we could hit 100,000. I honestly think that's kind of insane. I think 91 is kind of insane. I'm still speechless.
We went from 89 to 90 into 91 in like a minute. So at that rate, 5 minutes.
91.5. Staring contest.
All right. It's a game of chicken. I'll sit around.
I think we got to do 100K.
Yeah, I think so too.
When are we ever else going to get 100K? Like, this is never going to happen again.
We gave you a decent sign off. We did the whole outro spiel. We said like and follow and subscribe and all those things. So at this point, our obligation as broadcasters to give you good quality content is done, and we're just going to sit here and ask for money. That's what we're going to do for St. Jude, not for us.
92,000. 92,000.
8 more. 8 more, and you don't have to hear us for the rest of the night.
I was going to say we could answer questions. We could actually
let's take questions from the chat. Let's take some silly questions.
Let's see.
At Nessa Spaceflight is what you need to put in chat in order to ask us a question. Just at Nessa Spaceflight, followed by your question, and that'll just highlight it for us.
Yeah, and remember, none of this 93,000 now is going to us or YouTube. YouTube's not even taking their 20 or 30% or whatever it is cut.
Nope.
All of this is going to St. Jude, and we are now at 93,000. Come on, let's hit 100K. That is an
all to the kids.
Bonkers number. That is a bonkers number. Come on, let's do it, everybody.
I have to tell you, after the last couple of years, I kind of wanted to leave this planet. Made me way more excited about space travel, and this has been very affirming to know that there's still some awesomeness down here on Earth to experience. Joel Abreu asks, how much were you expecting?
I think Michael said before the stream he suggested 5K as our goal, and I probably would have guessed somewhere around there between 5 and 10. I certainly wouldn't have guessed anything close to 94,000 now. 94,000. You guys are
absurd.
Yeah, in the best way, the best kind of absurd.
The rate is what's absurd.
95.
Okay, all right. Going too fast now.
Just every time I refresh it, it's just another huge chunk. You guys are amazing. 96.
It's like they have something to prove. It's like space nerds are the best nerds or something.
Oh, I think they are. After this, I already thought they were, but I think now there's not really any doubt.
We have a question here. Where can people watch the rest of the mission? I know that we're going to be doing probably periodic coverage over the next few days, but where's it going overall?
SpaceX's SpaceX's YouTube channel. They will have the live coverage of the mission as it unfolds. So that's where you should go.
And you should also come here periodically for more amazing talking about space fondue. Let's go, space nerds from Michelle Johnston, cheering you guys on. We have sum up today's launch in one word from Connor O'Kane.
Wow.
Wowie. The launch in one word.
Opulent.
Yeah. I'm asking the launch in one word. I'm asking the team who's not on comms. Thomas says inspiring.
99,000.
Just breathtaking. Are we really at 99? Are you kidding me?
We're at 99K. Wow.
99,905. I'm gonna refresh it again. It's gonna be over. 99,970. $101,013. You guys
oh my God.
101,000. You guys are incredible. I can't. You all are incredible.
I'm so proud of you all.
$101,000 raised by the NASA spaceflight community out of a total of $366,000 for the entire campaign. I'd say you put a dent in it.
Yeah, that's a dent.
Yeah.
That's some dent.
Yeah, a fourth of basically the entire campaign today. Incredible.
102.
All right, well, let's just do some more silly questions then.
103.
Let's see. It's just gonna keep going.
It is. It's just gonna keep. You guys are the best.
Yeah, we're filtering at NASA spaceflight. We actually have a serious question here. What will the radiation environment be like for this mission versus ISS?
Yeah, so it's a little bit higher than what the radiation exposure is on the International Space Station. We don't know entirely. We know it's safe, but we don't know entirely. And that's actually part of what this mission is going to be investigating with some of the scientific experiments that they have on board, is exactly what the radiation environment inside of the Dragon capsule is at 575 kilometers altitude.
I'm having a lot of trouble concentrating on your answers with all the incredibleness happening.
Yeah, I can't.
I understand. Yeah.
It's just like, wait, what happened?
Wow. Let's see where we're at. I'm gonna hit refresh. 104,000. You guys are mad. You guys are insane. Way to go. I'm so proud and I'm so blown away. I never thought we would reach this kind of number.
So much just keep the stream on overnight and let people donate.
I mean, again, you don't have to, like, when we're done, you can go straight to St. Jude and donate. You can buy the zero gravity indicator, which the proceeds are go to St. Jude. All that. There's multiple ways. Once we're done here, you don't have to not donate. You totally can if you're waiting on a paycheck, whatever you have.
And if you are unable to contribute financially, I realize that not everybody can, and that is perfectly okay. Help spread the word. Share the link to the St. Jude website, just around. Share with your friends, colleagues, family what Inspiration4 was all about, what it did today, and why. And that is more than doing your part. So there's all sorts of different ways to support. But I think everybody should feel incredible about what you've done today. As a community, you've been ridiculous.
I can't
in a
agree
silly
more.
way, to a point where you're becoming a parody for yourselves how generous you are.
I can't. I could not possibly agree more. Just speechless. Just utterly speechless. Then there we go. There we go.
Can we replay the jellyfish footage? Do we have that? It just doesn't slow down.
Right. 105.
And I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast. I've had the pleasure of going over to St. Jude for a fundraising event before the St. Jude Summit on Twitch, and it was the most inspiring experience. You can feel extremely confident as charities go. This is one of the most accountable, the most transparent, and they share all of their research, and they help create new ways to share their research, and getting it out into the world with clinics beyond just their hospital in Memphis, Tennessee, and all the care work they do as well. So there's the research side and there's the direct care side, and everything about it is just one of the truly bright stars of
humanity.
Yeah, I think that's. I couldn't find the word. You found it. It's really one of the best running services and achievements. You can feel good about what you've done.
106,000. Do we want to call it 106,000? We're about to.
No, we can get to 10. We can get to 110.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not done.
You guys are the best.
And it is international, by the way. They do accept patients internationally. They do share research internationally. It is not at all a local entity. And if you, I noticed that a few people throughout the stream were having problems donating. They wanted to contribute. They didn't know how because they couldn't do it through YouTube for whatever reason. You can go directly to the website and contribute through there. It won't contribute to our total, but it will go to the people who need it. And that's the thing that matters more. Plushie is sold out. They are out of the... I'm so sad. I wanted one.
I'm glad I got one when I did. Holy cow.
It's messing with the chat panel.
Oh, it looks like Steven just posted photos.
What do we got? Oh, so we have an ask for everybody, if you could. We have at next spaceflight, a tweet that if you could please share it, retweet it. If you use Twitter, if you could just hit that retweet button, that would be really fantastic for us. That is from Michael Baylor, showing the amount that you all raised, showing a total, which is it's higher now, so this is already out of date, but 104,000. I don't know if we can get that link in chat for people to share. There we go. I was like, bring it out. I know chat's moving so fast it's hard to catch, but again, you just go to twitter.com/next NEXT spaceflight, and the top link right there, take you where you need to go. We try not to ask too much, but we will ask that. We'll get cheeky about it.
107,000.
Other than asking you to do 110,000, there's that.
Absolutely amazing.
We'll just go for a full third. Second Trains, thank you very much for putting that out there in the chat.
Coming up on 108. Yep, 108. Wow. I mean, I continue to be astonished.
I heard Jack saying that if you do 115, he's going to wear a unicorn onesie onto the next NASA Spaceflight Live.
You, how dare you?
I heard him say it earlier.
At least you didn't say I'd shave my beard.
That's for a full third.
Michael, are we able to do a replay of the jellyfish action?
Yep, give me one moment.
All right, while we cajole you all, while we squeeze the sponge a little bit more and try and get to 110, we're going to watch some replays. If you have any questions, don't forget, at NASA Spaceflight, throw it in chat.
I'll hop on that queue again there.
David says, I'm sacrificing school breakfast to watch this.
Outer Galactic asks, will I ever go to space? Magic 8 Ball says it's a possibility. Let's see. Where is the booster currently?
It's on the drone ship out in the Atlantic Ocean.
Let's see. When is the next commercial space flight for a SpaceX?
That is a good question. We no longer have Thomas or Chris G. I think it'd be the Axiom missions, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was the little thing in parentheses here. Commercial human space flight, Axiom.
I'm not exactly sure when that's going to be.
Do we or SpaceX have a Reddit? I'm sure that SpaceX has a subreddit. I don't think that NASA Spaceflight does.
I don't know.
We should. Let's see. Looking for more questions here.
109.
Man.
Okay, replay.
Look. You can see the sunlight hitting the plume. And then you can see the cold gas thrusters.
And that's what's causing that pulsing effect, right? Is the thrusters?
Exactly.
It's like fireworks. It's just gorgeous.
It's even cooler than fireworks. It's like, not to like one up the thing you said. It is.
No, but I mean,
it's like the coolest fireworks possible. It's space fireworks.
I'm amazed that the thrusters make such a large visible effect.
Right? Yeah, it's really quite pronounced. And then the effect of the thrusters interacting with the plume from the second stage as well is quite pronounced and not what I would have expected.
The way that's lit up like a spotlight shining directly at it, it's really... It has its own uplighting.
110,000, you guys. 110,000.
Oh my God.
I want to scream. I'm going to mute myself and scream.
He actually just muted. You can't see Discord right now, but he did just mute himself. I assume he's screaming. Oh yeah, big screams.
Yes. Just yes. Thank you, everybody. I think with that we can wrap it up for the day. 111.
No, well, we're going to 115 first.
No.
Then we'll wrap it up. It's a charity event. This is one of the most incredible historical flights that has ever gone on. If there's any time to milk it, it's going to be now.
Oh my goodness, you guys.
Chat doesn't seem to be done. I don't think they heard no bell. I haven't either. $111, 316. Wow. Get back to the questions here. Not a question, but Patrick says, "Can I just say this is an amazing feeling to be a small part of this, and how much money this amazing community and making this happen." Yeah, I think we're all feeling that way. It's rare to feel a very strong communal bond, especially lately. It seems like there's a whole lot more bad thrown around than good. So this has been an incredible experience. Something I really needed.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, this was cathartic. This felt really good. I mean, we're doing real, actual good. Dave Wolf says, "Want to see Jack in the unicorn onesie?" And with that, Matt, I am mad at you. How dare you?
What's the tower above the launch tower?
Lightning rod.
There you go.
They're asking that because they can't ask what the 4 towers are. Because there aren't 4 towers.
Here's one. Will the crew have a table to eat at? And if so, will it be called the orbital lunch table?
That's pretty great.
Instead of the lunch table.
That's pretty great. A+.
Musical Wolves never disappoints.
A+.
When will the orbit be raised to 575 km?
That's a good question. Are they at that now? That's a Chris G question.
Another question here. There was, will there be live streaming from the crew? Almost assuredly. I imagine they're going to do sort of a question and answer session across the 3 days. They've got a lot of time up there. What do you think of Waz's new space junk company?
I'm interested. I'd like to see what they end up doing and what that whole thing is. I hope it is an actual company and not just like a paper machine or rocket or spacecraft or whatever. Like, I hope they're actually doing something, and I hope Waz is not just like a celebrity pull and like, hey, look, we got Waz, pay attention to us.
For those who don't know, Waz is Steve Wozniak, the co-founder of Apple.
Yeah, one of the co-founders, along with Steve Jobs and a third guy whose name I forget, who they bought out pretty quickly.
Why aren't there 4 towers?
Because they have the tall one on top of the fixed service structure there. At Slick 40, there's 4 towers because they don't have a giant fixed service structure. Let's see where we're at. I'm gonna refresh the number again. 113.69 and $1. $113,691.
Daniel Bells asks, what do you guys do if we get to 1/3? Well, Jake's shaving his beard. That was the whole. We had that conversation.
Oh man. Oh, it looks like Thomas needs to pack up. He's going to have to vacate the premises really quickly.
Where are we at right now?
We're at 113,831, y'all. If you want us to hit 15, you're gonna have to do it now.
Before Thomas kicks us off air?
Yeah, donate now or forever hold your peace.
It is your last chance. Last call.
Thank you so much, everybody. I cannot express my profound gratitude with this community.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
I'm just so proud of you all. Go hang out in Starlink. Go hang out in Starbase Live, and we'll all have a little bit of a mini after party there.
Yeah.
114.
Again, if you are new to NASA spaceflight, again, we'd love to see you back here again. We hope that you've enjoyed your time. We hope that you find some like-minded space nerds out here that you can befriend.
114,237. I know Thomas needs to go. Just once again,
race against Thomas.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you is a garbage word compared to how I feel in my heart right now. Thank you. Just absolutely, it's not sufficient. So, way to go. Like you said, Matt, everybody should be proud for what was accomplished today. Huge chunk of money raised for St. Jude and childhood cancer research. For civilians in space, just a good time had by all. What were you going to say?
Even if you can't contribute financially, you were still a part of it. And you still helped out by being here, by helping even in terms of viewership, that helps exposure and things. So you absolutely can bask in this as much as anybody else.
We're less than 500 away from 115,000. Less than 300 away.
Then I can make dinner.
Oh, food. Food sounds delicious.
About 8 p.m. I've been here since 1.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to Chris G, who was out in the field. Thank you to Thomas, who was out there. Julia, Steven, the 4 NASA spaceflight team members who were out in the field today. I think that does it, Matt. $114,951.
That doesn't do it yet.
I think next time I hit refresh here, it should Have updated. Nope, hasn't updated yet. Thomas really needs to go. Oh man.
I think so.
115,000. There you go.
Hey, there we go. Thank you so much, everybody.
I feel like I need a cowbell or something. Like I need a noisemaker of some kind.
Gotta have the cowbell. Thank you guys so very much for everything you've done today. We've been singing your praises for the last, this entire stream, really. So I think we've already gone through the sign-offs and everything. Jack and I'm Matt, have been hanging around here with you in this last little bit. We're blown away, and we're gonna Thomas has to go now, so we need to go too. I hope to see you back sometime.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
The chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up.
Roger, roll, Atlantic.